Hey guys, is it? Let me see. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? You hear me well? Hello. Can you guys hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. Okay, thank you guys. As you guys know, tonight it's going to be an epic moment. We have a special guest tonight, Judge Joseph Brown. Those who do not know him, he is the syndicated. Hey, Stacy. He was the Judge Joe Brown on the syndicated Judge show on. He was on since 1998 till 2013. It was voted the second longest running series of judicial system. So he's trying to get in. Just give him a moment, guys. Hey guys, I'm gonna say hi to everybody in the chat. Hey Casey, hey AP, hey Stace, hey Sweet Tooth, the love Debo. Hey Timothy, hello Rita, hello Rhoda. Hey Nisimo, hey Mary Go Brown, hey Nakia, Randa Baby, Sis in the house. Hey Kayla, Miss Fa, Miss January. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, guys, just hold on a second, okay? Hold on. Okay. All right. We'll be waiting. Okay. All righty. Bye. Okay, guys, he's having difficulty getting in, but he's on his way, guys. He said he's on his way. So we can chit chat before he gets in. Randa, baby, I thought you was coming in, sis. What happened? He's having a little difficulty getting in, okay? Just the video needs to have a lot of likes. He's coming in, guys. He's just having a little bit difficulty. He's trying to get it in. So in the meantime, we can have a discussion, guys. We need the likes to come on up. Come on, let's hit those likes. Let's hit those likes. Y'all just get ready, man. He is on. Cheers. Here's my water. Let's get the likes up, okay? He is on his way inside the chat. Thank you guys for showing up. The judge is trying to get on in. Just bear with us a second. It's an honor to be able to have the judge to join the infamous Sylvia channel. I mean, he's going to answer whatever question you guys have. And I thank you guys who have sent off the question. We got them right here. He's going to get through all the questions if possible. And we're going to allow him to be himself tonight. He's just trying to get them in. You'll see what happened, guys. Oh, thank you, guys. Nah. Okay, let me say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Ruthie in the house. Hey, Rhoda. Hey, Randa, Elizabeth, Woman of God, Shay. Welcome, Claudine, Daz, Brooklyn, for Kels. Hello. All right, guys, we're just waiting. He's just having a little trouble getting in. I think it's the the iPhone. Whenever you do the iPhone trying to get in, it's a little bit difficult. So I'm gonna give a shout out to Rand the baby and to Nakia and to my brother Dom for helping us get these questions together last night. So thank you guys for your help. Just thank you guys. I think I got some of these questions twice. It's kind of weird. Okay, that's what happened. We did the questions twice. Okay, 23 and 23. Okay. Come on, guys, get the likes up. Hey, Jessica. Hey, guys. So this evening, we're going to have an evening with Judge Joe Brown. He's going to talk about a lot of things. One of the main things we want to focus on this evening is basically what's happening with our men. So many men are being accused of sexual assaults and things like that, and from situations supposedly happened years and years ago, and it's a lot. It's a lot that's happening right now. Is it an attack on heterosexual men? What is it? What is really going on in this world? He's going to be very, very blunt. I'm just going to warn you guys. Judge Brown does not hold any punches. He is going to really tell it like a T.I. is. T.I. is. He is going to tell it like a T.I. is. Oh yeah, I'm originally from Queens. I moved to Brooklyn later on. But I'm originally from Queens. Hey Laquita, hey Gucci. Gucci, I did send him, guys. I did send Judge Brown the recording, just one of the recordings, and I wanted his take on that recording. So I'm ready. Queens in the house. That's right, Stacy. That's my childhood friend right here, Stacy, right there. That's my childhood friend right there, Stacy. We went to junior high school together. We lived in the same block. Did a lot of things together. Hey, guys. We're just hoping that everything works out. You may have to do it over the phone if you can't get in. He's going to keep trying. He says he's going to keep trying to get in. So that's what you call being fashionably late. Fashionably late. And we all stand up and the eye says, attention, Judge Brown coming into the courtroom. All rise. I always wanted to say that. All rise. No, Queens and Brooklyn is not the same. There's two different beasts, ma'am. Two different beasts. They're not the same. Nope, I will not take any questions from the chat. all questions had to be in by a certain time. So if your question did not make it, sorry, because I did give the announcement prior to us getting on. So um, we shall see. You're from Queens too, Black Beauty? Oh, wow. Okay. He is still trying to get in. Judge Joe Brown is still trying to get in. Hey, Spitting Fire. Thanks, Spitting Fire. Thank you, guys. All right, let's see what's going on. He's still trying to get in. I think StreamYard is pretty hard when you have because he says he had a hard time getting it on his laptop. So he's trying to do it from his phone. Who has a iPhone? Who can help him with that? Getting it in. I know Cha Cha's pretty good at that. I thought he could just click it from his page, right? Is it like that? Can you just click it? Welcome those in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're waiting for Judge Brown to get in. He's having a little technical difficulty getting in. We're not taking calls right now, whoever that is. Hold on a second. You said tell him to click from his browser? Oh, sorry. And then I know the call was to help. Sorry. Okay, let me text him and tell him to click from his browser. Okay, I just sent him a message telling him to click from his browser. Just bear with me a second. Let's see. Oh, he's calling. Hold on. Hold on. No, that's not him. Hold on. He is coming, y'all. He's coming. He says I made him drop it when he was trying to get in. So we'll see. He's trying to get in. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue, people. Be patient. Patient. So we are talking about Brooklyn and New York. Okay, let's see. I may have to walk him through it. He's using it from his phone. He's doing it from his phone, y'all. He's trying. Give him a break, y'all. Thank you, Ruby. The wait is going to be awesome. So be patient. Patience is the virtue. Shannon, I don't know if they're gonna allow us to be on the call. I think it's in person. I think it's gonna be in person. Yes, I am streaming on Facebook as well. I'm streaming on Facebook. Okay, guys, just give him a moment. He's still trying to get in. You say Lysol asked, why do we block? Lysol, we see you're not blocked. You're not blocked. We see you. We have 182 in the chat. Judge is on his way. He's having a little difficulty getting in. Just be patient, everyone. Just be patient. He's on his way in here. Just be a little bit patient. Just be a little bit patient. I wonder, is there another way for live streaming to go about? Because some of this stuff here is kind of weird. Are you feeling down? Feel better, Daddy Lola. Just be patient, my people. Oh, there he is. Hi, Judge.
Hello there.
How are you?
Fine. You know, I really hate StreamYard.
Oh, I don't have anything better.
Well, you got Zoom works much easier. StreamYard, you have to go through Facebook or Google. My setup won't let me go through Google, go through Facebook. They don't believe I'm who I am on Facebook, so they give me the name Judge Jose Brown. And that would look very stupid since they want that to come up. You got to go through changes to get it to reflect the next name, real name, when you're trying to get in on yours. So I know StreamYard's easier for your purposes, but it's really nasty. I wish they'd just make it go away. Zoom is a lot more efficient.
So how does Zoom work with Facebook?
I don't even have to do it. I can go through my desktop, laptop, iPhone, iPad. I'm on my iPad now because the desktop and laptop won't work with StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
They say it's hazardous. There are too much adware and everything else comes through StreamYard, so malware and stuff. So it is what it is. Let's get on with it. Sorry for the lateness.
That's okay.
But around here, I can get better reception 40 miles from nowhere on a main highway someplace.
Okay. Well, welcome, Judge.
Controversial, it may drop. Okay, now I have your list of things, and I went over them pretty much. Where you want to start?
Let's start from the beginning. I want to know a little bit about you. I did get some information. Of course, I know you from being on a judge show. That's where I know you from. And
Yeah, all that.
all the great stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, there's so much of it really synthesized that they say on Wikipedia, they talk all kinds of nonsense. But okay, I grew up in Los Angeles, kindergarten through law school, transplanted to Memphis, Tennessee about 50 years ago. Oh, let's see. I've been a playground director, substitute teacher for junior high and high school, taught college, been an adjunct law professor, worked with poverty law, legal services in this area. I got sent here on a job. They fired me from the first assignment because I had the director convinced that I was going to throw him out of his 7th floor office window. But in any event, I came to Memphis from Nashville, and I wound up working with the director. We ultimately became law partners.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with EEOC as a compliance officer. And let's see, I became the first black prosecutor for the City of Memphis. Then I ran the City of Memphis's public defender's office. Then I went into private practice. I think it was about 1978. I specialized in trial law, did a lot of federal and felony cases and such like. I had 42 first-degree murder cases, death penalty demanded, and a lot of other rapes, robberies, burglaries, assaults, shootings, and all that kind of thing. Can't even count them. One time I did a part-time gig with the PD's office handling habitual offenders and major violators. None of my 42 clients are on death row, and most of them got off.
Wow.
And I wound up I had one claim to distinction. I got the youngest person in the world on death row. I got his conviction set aside by the Arkansas Supreme Court unanimously on 3 grounds, one of which included having an all-white jury.
Mm-hmm.
It was quite exciting. We got a stay of execution 23 minutes before the scheduled execution. He was 15 years, 2 weeks old at that time.
Wow.
And I had about 25 phones or ground lines in this room, and they all had ringers and red lights on it. 2 of them rang at the same time. The warden picked up one, I picked up one, and there were people there to get the same message. So I got the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court for Arkansas on one line, and then Governor Bill Clinton was on the other. So we swapped phones and gave it to the witnesses, and the warden called off the execution.
Wow.
So they set the conviction aside. So was what it was. That was back in the 80s. And then let's see, I got elected criminal court judge for the first of 2 8-year terms. And I had all of this novel sentencing and the distinction of reducing the statewide recidivism rate for felons. That is, guy got convicted, and he's 80% of them would be back again. And in my courtroom, it dropped down to 18% because I was doing counseling with these people. I put you on probation. I let you out of jail. I set a bond for you. You had to come to my counseling classes.
Mm-hmm.
And we did a whole lot about training, education. I gave them keys to the jail cell. You get to step 6 in a 12-point program, and you get your GED. Come on back. We'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't double cross me, because I will jack you up. So a lot of people to this day, 30 years later, walk up, Judge, you remember me? No.
Wow.
Well, you gave me some time. Did I give you enough? And okay, yeah. See, but it was that manhood thing you were breaking down. And since you did that, I've got grandchildren going to college, and I'm trying to do what I have to do to be a man. Thank you for the inspiration. So we did that. And then I wound up being the last judge on the James Earl Ray King case, and it was going to be my conclusion that Ray did not kill King. In fact, he wasn't even in the city, and the Homicide Bureau kept insisting you don't have the right man. The first judge said the rifle needed to be retested. It never did get retested because Ray entered what they call an Alford plea, which is I'm not guilty, but I'm pleading guilty because I think it's in my best interest. And he never did confess, not once. He always denied it. So Judge Battle gave a press conference after taking Ray's plea and said, I'm sure he's guilty, but he didn't act alone. And the next day he disappeared and they found him dead of a heart attack. And it's the same guy that used to jog 5 miles a day. All kinds of crazy stuff. So I wound up getting the rifle retested, and what they pulled out of King's body was not fired from Ray's rifle. And you would have had to have had a custom-made rifle in order to match the ballistics on the bullet, reflected on the bullet they pulled out of King's body. And the bullet they pulled out of King's body was a special hand-loaded bullet. It was not made in any factory. And it had a, if you're into it, it had a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 11 1/4 inches of barrel. Ray's rifle had a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 10 inches. And if it didn't have 1 in 10, it would be 1 in 12. So guess what? Late December 1967, the FBI on invoice got 5 rifles that would match the specifications and 5,000 rounds of ammunition that would match the bullets on what they pulled out of King's body. The shot was fired from the fire station, not from the flop house nor the bushes. It was a 2-man team. It was likely recruited from the Marine Sniper School at Quantico, where the FBI had a training academy. Somebody just walked over. No mafia, no nothing, none of this Raul nonsense you hear about. And that was just a smokescreen. Ray was one of maybe 4 alternative scapegoats, and they picked him because he wasn't even in town. There's a lot more to it. But anyway, they got some notoriety. And I'd had 60 Minutes, Nightly News, Ed Bradley Street Stories. Some people came in from Australia, New Zealand, and Japan to do this thing about my sentencing, since it seemed to have worked. And some people out here at a place called Big Ticket TV were trying to tamp Judy down, who wanted what they thought was too much money. So I found out they recruited me so they could tell her that they were going to replace her with me. But then they tried to shut the show down so they could embezzle money. $25 million is what they got away with. But I did an end run on them. I hired my own publicist, paid her $250,000. For 1 year, we saved the show. They left, and I was there for 13 and a half, 14 more years.
Wow, okay.
So it is what it is. And I'll get to that too, in terms of, you have one of your topics here, setting people up in this hashtag Me Too. And I'll tell you about an incident where they tried to set me up for that, but we thwarted it because I was smart. Some of these people that get caught in here, they don't have any street sense, not enough common sense, and they're too off into being a celebrity because it always worked at it. I was in my 50s before that show started. So it had a 15-year run. And for the last few years, I was beating Oprah in the ratings almost every week, Dr. Phil every week, stepping on Judy's heels. We were all in the same special unit under a guy named Roger King. He recruited Oprah after he auditioned 350 women. He picked her. He picked Dr. Phil, not Oprah, and they gave him me and Judy. So he came to me and said, I don't think they like you because you're a straight black man, but I like you. So we're going to see what we can do about this. So every time I started beating Judy in the ratings, what happened was they changed her rating schedule so she'd get ramped up. They could have exercised the same option for me, but they weren't going to do that. And they didn't particularly want a straight black man as the highest paid person in Hollywood outside of Leslie Moonves, who was CEO for CBS. So therein lies the story. The CBS version is that my ratings dropped. Well, hell, so did Judy's, but I was still the number 1 and number 2 syndicated show in the country, and I just happened to have more people watching me than any other show, period, except an NBA playoff game or an NFL Super Bowl game or something like that, or something dealing with a State of the Union address with the president. So, you know, they wanted me to take an IOU for a bunch of millions of dollars. And I said, screw you. I'm old enough to retire. I've been here 15 years. I'm tired of you miserable SOBs backstabbing everybody and trying to get folk to be corrupted with your agendas. So now I'm in retirement and they're trying to bring me back out by acclamation to run for mayor of Memphis. That will be JJB in 2023 in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, JJB 2023.
And I've got some ideas to turn this place around and get rid of some of these corrupt scoundrels that are on the city council and involved in various places in the government. They don't get paid but $28,000 a year and spend 3 times that much getting elected to a part-time gig that they bootstrapped from being piss broke when they got in to being wealthy when they get out, if they don't go to jail. But anyway, that's another story.
All right. Thank you so much for that history.
Now, that was said, that was the opening. You asked me.
I did. I asked.
Now, on the subject at hand, which I like, is man up. I'm proud of the fact that I was a scoutmaster for 15 years, but I bailed when they started wanting to let openly that way folk in. I said, that's not going to work. So they wound up going bankrupt last year, paying all of these settlements for child molestation. Then they tried to cover it up by letting little girls in. And there's no way in hell that a grown man is supposed to be out in the wilderness with a bunch of little girls and boys who are 11, 12, 13 years old. They get naked for these showers and stuff, and he doesn't need to be there. That's poison. But see, it went belly up. Now that was a thing for 100 years that had been helping out boys in the city and everywhere else get their man training a little bit anyway in the good places, but it is what it is. So also, speaking of stuff about the man up thing, I started talking about that in LA on Trinity Avenue Elementary School, where I was an assistant playground director. I worked for a guy named Clifford Stewart, late Dr. Clifford Stewart, along with Ron Chappelle, not Dave Chappelle, Ron Chappelle, who wound up Dr. Ron Chappelle. And everybody was into some form of martial arts. So we kicked a lot of ass in the neighborhood, and we got all of the real gangsters, bank robbers and that kind, not this thug street gang and lightweight stuff. We got them cooperating. So we took 200 kids every Wednesday to the movies in downtown LA. We weren't charged a dime to get them in. And the patrons were remarking, how can you 3 guys keep 200 kids from 6 to 14 so quiet? It's easy enough. We're just men. And that's one of the things that has always stuck with me, how easily real men, even if young, can keep things under control. And you lack that manhood in the hood now. So it's all gone to hell, just violence and everything else. Now, we had 2 kids on the playground most have heard about. The more famous one was the late singer Barry White. And we remembered him as a skinny little 12-year-old on the playground. Another somebody was a not so skinny 12-year-old. That's Tookie Williams, who started the Crips and became nefariously the last person executed on California's death row after he had written 6 children's books that reflected a lot of what we were trying to teach them on the playground. And he got nominated for some Pulitzer Prizes. And if anybody should have had a sentence commuted to life, it was him, so he could at least keep writing those kids' books, which were good. Now, Barry, his mother cooperated, so we got him out of the swamp, and he went on to do what he did. Tookie, his mama wanted him to stay there for the check. We couldn't get him out of the swamp, so he just became the baddest alligator in the swamp. Now, moving on from that, let's get back to, let's see, what's the next thing you had up here? Let's see. If the subscribers want to know about R. Kelly's situation. Now, it's a simple one. You're innocent until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. He's got charges pending against him in 3 separate states and some federal charges that have been brought against him for racketeering and a number of things. Innocent till you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some people thought he got released from jail, but the people that foolishly or unwisely posted that on YouTube and Facebook, well, it developed what they were posting was from 2019 when he was released from being held for failure to pay child support, and he's walking out of the place with one of his lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
So the lawyer doesn't have on a suit and tie, so it just looks like one of his homies, I suppose. But anyway, he's still in, and let's see what happens. And I am a retired judge, so I'm not going to speculate on it. I would just say this. You got no business fooling around with 14, 15-year-old children, even if they are legal where you started dealing with them. You open yourself up to some persecution. But anyway, that said, I don't know, don't care. At this point, I'll await, and patience is a great virtue, Padawan, and see what the hell happens. Good luck to him. His lawyer's conducting an interesting campaign to put the defense propaganda out there to counter a lot that's been put out against him. Now, the second thing here is men accused of sexual abuse and the hashtag Me Too. Let me tell you about that.
Mm-hmm.
The key phrase is sex, drugs, and rock and roll, or sex, drugs, and football, sex, drugs, and baseball, sex, drugs, and basketball, sex, drugs, and TV celebrities or movie celebrities. There were some women that would hang around these parties. They'd get half naked before they had half gotten in there, completely naked. They'd be giving head and booty to anybody that wanted it. They were snorting a lot of the free coke and drinking up the liquor and the wine. And they would be peeping off into unused bedrooms to screw somebody, or in the bathroom or hall closets. And they'd come back over and over to the parties. Now, some of them had desire to start a career and rise to celebrity talent. So they thought they'd jump start it with a little bit of modification of the casting couch thing. And apparently they couldn't screw any better than they can act or sing. So their careers didn't work. And Gloria Allred and her daughter spread this lesbian thing to them. Girl, it's not your fault. It's these horrible men that have done all this to you. And they have the collaboration of the studios too. Now, let me tell you what they tried to do to me.
Mm-hmm.
My show kicked off in September 1998. This is in October, end of October. And I was at the Beverly Hilton Hotel for a studio party. Now, I'm a bachelor and I like to dance. And they had all these fine movie stars, TV stars, soap opera stars. And I'm just doing it. We dancing, you know. I don't like all that dancing out in the street. Negroes dance too damn much, sing too much for everything. It's almost stereotyped. But anyway, it was a ballroom. So I hooked up with this one woman and we sat down at the table. We were chatting. She got up to go to the ladies' room. She came back after what I thought was a rather long time. She said, "Excuse me for taking so long." He said, "But you know that fool over there, that tall guy in the gray suit?" I said, "Yeah. He just walked up to me and offered me $2,000 in cash if I'd signed this note saying you tried to make some dirty moves on me." So I said, "Wow." So we went around and the two of us found all of the women that we could that I danced with and gotten written statements from each of them that this fool had tried to do that. So I saw something was wrong. So I'd hired this sister who was
Mm-hmm.
my publicist, paid her $250,000 for that year. And she'd been the youngest licensed lobbyist on Capitol Hill from Mississippi, Miss Washington, D.C., so she was fine. First runner-up in the Miss America contest. She was fine. But anyway, she handled PR. So we set up the studio folk and we created a fictitious woman and we filed affidavits regularly under seal with the Human Resources Department and had a storage container for them they were supposed to keep under lock. which they did, and it detailed the stages we were going through. So lo and behold, after about 7 weeks, they called me in to confront me with this complaining letter from the fictional woman saying I was trying to indecently proposition her. I told them
Mm-hmm.
all to go to hell. I'd quit, but I said, thank you for working around it because your ass ain't going to be here past the next 6 weeks. He's going to be fired. So what do you mean? I said, you got all this down in writing. You got a stenographer up in here. So I'm assuming this is going to be officiated. And I said, bring the box over. They brought it over and we laid out how we had suckered them into this trap. So here they are with a letter from this woman, signed it. And then they plagiarized themselves by getting one of the notaries up there to sign this like this was a real person. So they weren't there after 6 weeks. I was for 13 and a half more years. So you
Mm-hmm.
see, they keep doing that. And every week we taped, I had to deal with some crap where they were trying to come at me because I was a straight black man and I was not going to go off on their agenda. Can't you just do this as a public service? No. Can't you just? No. They kept wanting me to say something to support the Skittle/Rainbow, now LGBTQ cause. It wasn't called that back when.
I
But
know.
anyway, no, they can go speak for themselves. My people have been waiting, standing in this line for a long damn time. They can take their asses and wait in line behind us. I'm not helping them cut up in the line.
Mm-hmm.
They have their own spokespeople. We got another problem. You've been cutting out straight men out of this whole thing and trying to sissify the whole damn country. That's their business. They can do whatever they want in their bedrooms. Get your freak on, but keep your freak in that bedroom. See, it's like this. We can't go in as straight people and talk to
Mm-hmm.
first, second, third, fourth graders about
Nope.
straight sex, but they can go in and talk about gay sex. So why in the hell can't we at least come back and say, all right, Junior, you know what this means? You put your lips around the wee wee and somebody bends over and takes it and puts it up the boo boo. That's what it means, but you can't say that. You see, we have a separation of church and state, and the government can't preach a official religion. They can't teach about Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha,
Mm-hmm.
Jehovah. At least they're not
Mm-hmm.
supposed to, but they can teach you gay. And see, gay is gay. That's fine, but the problem is not the practice. That's anybody's business. It's your right to do what you want to do, but they have a
Mm-hmm.
political party. They have three parties that are national and effective. Two of them are official: the jumbos, aka Republicans, and the jackasses, aka Democrats. And then they got the rainbows. Since the rainbows are unofficial, you can be a jackass in a rainbow or a jumbo in a rainbow. And jumbos and jackasses fight around what they're doing. Meanwhile, their rainbow sides collaborate on getting some poison, like some of these bills that have been put in that have nice
Mm-hmm.
captions but don't have a crap thing to do with the captions.
Absolutely.
They're just trying to take away people's First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment, that's freedom from unreasonable searches and seizure, Fifth Amendment,
Yes.
right to be free from self-incrimination and deprive you of your due process. And now
Amen.
you have two things that are dangerous on that. Last week, a deputy director of the FBI said he was going to bring in the NSA and the CIA to get the information necessary to indict certain senators and members of the House of Representatives who had been claiming on the floor that the election was fraudulent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you're going to have the FBI go out and try to indict somebody for exercising the First Amendment. Whoa, what is that? Next thing is what they said specifically on the floor. Well, the Constitution says there's absolute immunity for anything said on the floor. So he's telling you that the chief law enforcement agency of the country is going after persecuting somebody for exercising their constitutional duty to engage in free debate on the House and Senate floor. He's going to
Mm-hmm.
violate their civil rights to the First Amendment, and he's going to bring in the NSA and the CIA, which by their charters are forbidden to do anything inside the United States. Now,
Mm-hmm.
this clown is got up on national TV and said this. He ought to be getting prosecuted. That's a criminal offense under the federal law he's talking about doing.
That's right.
Next thing, you get a statement today from Jackass Biden, Jackass in Chief. He's talking about he is trying to encourage people to tell on their parents, their children, their spouses, wives, husbands, next door neighbors, aunt, uncle, grandparents, siblings, and co-workers if they are saying things that are too radical. Damn. Sounds like fascism.
Yeah.
Just like fascism. That's, like tell on your parents. Come on down. Be a good young communist, a young Hitler youth. That's what that sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
scary because that's dangerous. Now, aside from that, I told you my story about being streetwise heavy enough because I was in my 50s. I wasn't 20-year-old. Oh, man, wow, I get all these fine women to lay, man. Wow, I'm really into this, man. I'm 20, look at me. Well, I had a life of, I'm 50. I've been practicing law for a while. So
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I had a real world. I did a lot of things, so I wasn't into that. I looked at the whole thing as just nasty, sick folk who spent their whole lives as adults dealing with perfecting their art of make-believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought it was silly. Amazingly so. Now, some abuse. They've got a vice editor of Teen Vogue. She says it is appropriate, necessary, and she approves of young women lying on men if it advances the feminist cause.
Okay.
Now, she wrote editorials for young women, teenagers, stating these things. So it's not surprising that we have what we have. The Time's Up agenda. That is a scary thing. That is a collection of feminists that are trying to get the laws changed.
Yeah.
Particularly when it comes to matters relating to due process. So it would be easier to get a criminal or a civil action brought against somebody's offense. They're complaining about, in New York, specifically complaining about the statute of limitations is too short for certain sex crimes or
Mm-hmm.
for civil matters.
Mm-hmm.
And remedies exist, but if you don't come forth at a reasonable time and complain about something, you gave it up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you shouldn't be allowed to sit on something for a long time. Even in the civil law, they call that latches. In other words, God, how long have you had this happen? Now, to
Mm-hmm.
show you
Mm-hmm.
where it can all go wrong is that sorry kangaroo court they ran up there on Dr. Cosby, where they
Mm-hmm.
let that woman come in and talk about an incident from 51 years before.
Yep.
And all of that innuendo, and that judge lost control of his courtroom. These people with these outbursts in front of the jury, these
Mm-hmm.
women running around the courthouse that he had jurisdiction to control with their tops off with guilty, guilty written in red
Mm-hmm.
paint or lipstick all over their bare boobs, and his jurors on the floor above, all hanging out, ogling, looking at this spectacle. So he lost control. I almost vomited. That was such a bad thing. And then that
Mm-hmm.
problem with the Fifth Amendment, the right to be free from self-incrimination. Well, that
Yeah.
woman who was the complainant in this filed a civil action. So
Mm-hmm.
Cosby's lawyer said, no, wait a minute. We don't have to answer because he's got a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Anything he says can be used against him in a criminal case.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the judge said, you're right. So the DA came in, the one that was the head elected DA at that time, and he issued a finding in a letter to the court that there was no intention of prosecuting Mr. Cosby for any sexual offense or any criminal charges. The judge
Mm-hmm.
said, fine. Well, since you have no criminal liability, Under civil law, you are compelled to testify about this during a deposition. He did. So they got a charlatan who came in and forgot that it wasn't personal to the previous DA. It was instrumental to the whole office. The district attorney's office said, we're not prosecuting. He says, oh, we're abandoning that. We're going to seize this deposition and use it as our main part of our case. That was so wrong.
Yep.
And
Definitely.
then the judge, instead of getting his report in 60 days, took 9 months to make sure Mr. Cosby stayed in there. When he met with the parole board, what with COVID, they should have let him out because he flattened his sentence. But they said, we won't, because he won't confess that he's guilty. Hell, he said, I didn't do any damn thing.
Exactly.
And this woman is, remember, called him up 7 times on Valentine's Day, went over to his house 15, 17 times after she supposedly had this transgression. I call BS.
Exactly.
But anyway, we have to worry about that kind of thing. When the cause is so important, we can throw the baby out with the bathwater, forget this Constitution because we feel we've been wronged. Okay, fine. Sue the man civilly, see if you can get something that way. And speaking of civil things, I'm getting a little weirded out looking at all of these low settlements that certain people have been getting for these police shootings,
yes,
police negligence, police misconduct. And I always say this, if you want a lawyer, get one that's got a good trial record, because a lawyer that can kick behind in a trial is going to get a much better settlement 3, 4, 5, 6 times what they're going to give somebody who doesn't try cases. See, if you've never tried a case, or not many, they say, oh, screw you, go to trial. No. So he doesn't know what goes on. But if you got an experienced trial lawyer, let's go to trial, kick some ass. There's a guy named Willie Gary, black lawyer, down in Boca Raton, Florida. He's retired. He has some interesting distinctions. Out of the top 10 largest jury verdicts in American history, he has 6 of them, including the highest. This is from 40 years ago, because some people were upset that the bodies of their deceased loved ones were mistreated. And he got a verdict of $750 million. The only one that had exceeded that was Exxon Valdez, that oil tanker that went bust up in Alaska. And that one got thrown out on appeal. So that was 41 years ago. So he, out of the top 10 jury verdicts, he's got the majority of them. He's got the majority of the top 10 biggest settlements in America. That's somebody that you need to go get when you want a case settled, because Willie Gary will take it to the max. All right. And that man knows so many tricks in a trial. You know, I was a judge. So for 2 8-year terms, I'm sitting up there watching the good lawyers and the ones that don't know a damn thing. The ones that walk into your court with having 15 people on your docket of their clients, and they've never even tried a case. Haven't even argued 2 motions in the 5 years they've been out of law school, but they have a good business sense. So they've turned the profession into a business, but not a profession. Now, I remember one time people always say, I don't want the public defender. Well, we had a public defender part-time in my courtroom. He was there for 10 years, and he's a judge now. He had 64 jury trials for serious felonies. He had 61 not guilty verdicts. He had 1 mistrial, and the mistrial was on a first-degree murder case that wound up being one of the not guilty ones. And he had 2 other trials for 63 and 64, where the sentence would have been a minimum of 15 years, but they convicted his clients on misdemeanors. So 1129 was the max. They'd already been in jail that long. So he had a perfect record. Well, he and the DA walk up to me one morning and announced that one of the people on the docket, the DA's office, said, we don't have anything on him. We're going to recommend a nolo prosecutor, which means in Latin to stop the prosecution. The defense lawyer, part-time PD, says we want to have cost assessed so jeopardy will attach. General, any objections? No, sir. All right, let's do it. Well, we draw the paperwork up. So this jackleg lawyer walks in and he announces he's been retained by the family. So I might as well make his fee, come on in. So 2 weeks later, he shows up and he's announcing that he worked up a deal with the state. So I'm listening, looking at him. And I said, what is it, counselor? Well, the state's going to recommend that he get a 5-year sentence. I said, I'm not taking that plea. I said, now, you've come in here too often with too many clients. You're going to go to trial. This one's going to get set for trial. Well, why, Your Honor? I said, because your predecessor had an agreement with them to drop all charges. So now you come in and take over. You get this big fee, and you're going to plead him out to 5 years when the state is going to drop the charges? No way. And he did such a bad job at trial, I had to stop it and declare a mistrial. And the DA's office said, we can't go on with this because we know where this is going. This will just be back here on a post-conviction relief in a whole lot of trouble. We'll go ahead and dismiss it. So I chewed his butt up real good. But you see, he got a fee for nothing. But there are too many of those.
Oh.
And the best criminal lawyers don't charge as much as some of the poorer ones because they do it because there is a purpose behind it. They are not trying to get a guilty man off. They're trying to make sure that if a guilty man is found guilty, the state, with due process, met its burden of proof so that the state, an all-powerful entity, does not get in the habit of cutting corners. Okay. That said, what's the next one? Okay, we talk about the Willie Lynch letter.
Okay.
You gave me this list. We can go to something else. Willie Lynch, I'm familiar with. When I was with this DC think tank as an intern 50 years ago, one of my assignments was going through the slave pamphlets on microfilm in the Library of Congress. Willie Lynch is a real live person. The first thing that they had in there, I remember from him, was a microfilm copy of one of his pamphlets that he had issued in 1708. Don't know about the letter. I think the letter is fictional, but he printed what he was thinking about often enough in these pamphlets. He was from the West Indies. He was in the West Indies, and he had a plantation in Bermuda, amongst other things. So he would tour the other English colonies on how to raise slaves for fun and profit. It was like infomercial 320 years ago. But the way it worked out, well, he said the most important factor in raising or breeding Negro cattle, all this cattle, was to do it like horses. The secret is that you could not really break the chief herd stallion, but you could the chief herd mare. And if you took her as your lead, she would get the other herd mares to follow her lead. So if you had domesticated a herd mare, the chief mare in the herd, and she brought her other fillies along, what happens is that they will raise their foals and semi-domesticate them. Now, my ex-wife was into breeding horses at this ranch we had. And we had 14 of them, and you could see it. The mothers would semi-domesticate their foals so you didn't have a hard time doing it. So you took the Negro mothers to domesticate their Negro boys and girls, so massa did not have a hard job. Wow. That was what his secret was: raise Negro cattle like horses. And also the other thing he said, he found that Negro cattle grandmothers were selfish. They wanted to have grandchildren because that was in value where they came from, out of dark Africa. So they would have their boys meek and mild so they wouldn't get beaten or castrated. And they would teach their daughters to be bossy because that's what the masters wanted them to do, so that they would have plenty of grandchildren and they could have that modicum of pride by, I am a grandmother, which had a status thing at the time. So it went on from there. And some of the stuff was really insulting. Like, you should allow slaves to get married, have them jump the broom. And you should buy a stud. If you can't afford one, go in with your fellow slave owners so you can increase your livestock. And you should also make the stud your preacher. Why? For this reason. you have allowed slave marriages. So when the women got happy in church and got to shouting and throwing themselves down on the floor and rolling around, the slave owners were told that the woman was coming into estrus. She was fertile. So be sure to have the slave preacher go cover her within the next 3 days. So the preachers would
Wow.
get a whole lot of action for the first 3 or 4 days after Sunday service. And the poor guy that's jumped the broom with this gal is going to be bent out of shape because he's got to wait outside his hovel while his preacher is bouncing with his lady and knocking her up. See,
Wow.
that's demoralizing. So you see all these sisters jumping around in the bed, on the ground, and getting fanned by the nurses. Yeah, that's what that's all about. And you think of it, one time I represented the Black Baptist Ministers Alliance here in Memphis 35 years ago. And I realized, I said, this is 1980 something, right?
Uh-huh.
It's 1860. And they just got in a 18 to 24, 25-year-old young man who is going to be the slave preacher. And reason I'm thinking about it then, flashing back on what I'd done years before, 30 some years before with this think tank, is because I'm looking at this insurance presentation that I'm supposed to be assessing for these preachers. And it's saying their actuarial tables show that the average preacher will preach for 50 years. I'm going 1860 is until 1910. Then he's trained up a replacement who will be preaching from 1910 to 1960. And from 1960 to 2010, you have somebody preaching who is definitely preaching in 1985 or 6. And he, in essence, is standing as the grandson of the slave preacher. So the slave preacher has taught all of the mothers and grandmothers of the church to screw him on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And that goes on. So that carries over in 1910, and the preacher's doing it then. And I've been getting on them because I've represented a bunch of them who've got kids that are down there at the local juvenile / family court being charged with paternity cases. So I'm going, man, you shouldn't do it. So they were knocking out the nookie. I used to get on them. Every time I catch you, you owe me a damn dinner. And it's endemic. See, so we got problems from slavery. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I'm reading it in 1970 something, and I'm looking at this. Wow. And then I eyeball it when I moved from Los Angeles to Memphis. And I'm looking, boy, and then I wind up representing the Black Baptist Ministers Alliance around here. And I'm looking at what they did, and I said, oh, man, damn, that was deep. Here it is, 300 years after they came up with this idea, and we're still doing it. But anyway, let's see. What else did you have? Heterosexual men being targeted by these domestic terrorist groups. Something we can, well, look, my point on that, man the hell up and fight back.
Amen.
We don't have any black leadership right now in the country. The Black Caucus, they're surrogates for the rainbow. Al Sharpton, chicken eating Al Sharpton, Don Lemon, they fired him from Crying Negro Network. Van Jones, I'm so happy. Crying Negro Network.
Crying.
What do we have? You see any black leadership? And
No.
they bring out these celebrities. These guys haven't dealt with. I mean, look at here. You're inviting some celebrities. You got a junior porn queen. It isn't even black. Kim Kardashian. She's supposed to be the expert on sentencing reform because she wants to go to law school. Now, no, she wants to study law in chambers with some, and she just broke up with Kanye, whatever. Maybe she want to show him how she did this move with Ray J or something when she was 19. That's how they got all their money, by the way, is $4.95 a hit on Xfinity, Dish TV, Direct TV, Verizon, every major hotel and motel in America for 20 years at $4.95 a pop. Her and Ray J doing that lame amateur porn thing. That's how the family got the money. You know, so the Kardashians, that gets the audience to watch Kim and Ray J, and they was lame as lame up in there. I mean, that is some of the most boring, put somebody to sleep stuff if you ever want to see, and they were supposed to be screwing.
Ooh.
You know, Ray J tried to make it look as nasty as it could be, and she tried to make it look like it was as boring as it could be. But anyhow, there's another story. Have to stay well rounded. You know, if you're going to talk to people, you have to be cosmopolitan and be aware of all these things they may be getting their freak off on, you know. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Get your freak on, but, you know, keep it in your bedroom. And by the way, the gay folks supposed to keep their freak in their bedroom? We are too. See, when my idea is you running around on a parade, you got on leather chaps and your backside and your front side is hanging down, swinging with a bunch of children. That's burlesque. That's inappropriate. But then I don't like heterosexual people doing that either. You got your bare ass up there twerking with oil all over your wide butt in front of all these children looking at you at the Lakers game. No. Are you one of these women, one of the 4 lesbian founders of BLM, and you just bought several $1 million worth of mansions with money you ain't got, and you lather yourself down in gold grease and go stand naked with orange and blue spots on you in front of city halls, churches, and police and fire stations? Yeah, buddy. Speaking of which, BLM is a hustle. But on the other hand, if you want the concept, call it BFM. Black families matter. Black fatherhood matters. Black females matter. Black finance matters. Black fealty matters. Black folk matter. See, and you can extend that infinitum, ad infinitum. That's a better concept rather than a hustle. And by the way, these mainstream media things saying BLM discredited by conservative Republicans. Oh, hell no. It was some smart blacks said we getting pimped and hustled. You claim $97 million you brought in for what? It goes through on your site, Act Blue, which is a Democratic Party finance raising thing. 1/3 of it, it says on the site, goes to LGBTQIA plus, and 1/3 goes to BLM, which is advertising. We arrange communications and organizational matters for protest and demonstrations. That's where all of these little LGBTQ/BLM demonstrations where out of every 11 people, they had 9 or 10 little vanilla cupcakes with some chocolate sprinkles, having an extended spring break, burning down millions of dollars of black businesses to protest somebody black getting gunned down by police. See, that's pimping. Now you come up, they just passed a resolution on the Senate floor to make Juneteenth as a national holiday. I resent the hell out of that one. Do you know what Juneteenth actually stands for? A disgrace. Let me tell you why. I'll be 74 in another couple of weeks. For 70 of those years, and I remember hearing it about in preschool, we learned Juneteenth was on June 19th, 1866. In the last 5 years, they've changed it to 1865. You know why? Early part of 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. January 14th, 1865, General Sherman signed the reparations order for former black slaves, giving each black family 40 acres and an army mule, the acreage to be confiscated from Southern secessionists. April 1865, Grant kicked the crap out of Lee and took his surrender at Appomattox Courthouse. May 1865, Sherman beat the snot out of Johnson and took his surrender. That ended the Civil War. Sherman sent a full regiment of colored cavalrymen through the rest of the South down into Texas to spread the word that the war was over, the slaves were free. The 13th Amendment had already been ratified, which ended slavery. So these black troopers get down there, and the colored slaves refused to believe them. So they stayed their lame butts in as slaves until June 19th, 1866, when a Union frigate docked at a harbor, and the captain was wondering why somebody was taking whips to these black laborers working on the docks. So the lieutenant went down there and he asked, and he said, Captain, they think they're still slaves. They even admitted some colored troops had come through, but they didn't believe them. So these lame Negroes have been slaves for 3.5 years longer than they were required to be. You can recalculate it again, 1 year and 4 months longer than what they were supposed to be when slavery was outlawed by the 13th Amendment. 1 year, 2 months after Grant took Lee's surrender. 1 year, 1 month after Sherman took Johnson's surrender. And then 1 whole year after the black troops had gone down there to tell them they were free, and they wouldn't believe it. So we want to celebrate that kind of lackadaisical stupidity. And then look, months ago, I said, you know what? If we had Black Pride Day a month, like these other folk have gay pride, we would probably do something just as self-hating by having all the black folk dressed up like slaves and doing slave dances, or minstrels in blackface, or little monkeys with silver chains leading to the organ grinder, and they capering around being monkeys. And then when they had this thing down in Oklahoma just a few days ago, what did you see all these black elected officials? They were doing African and then slave dances, and wasn't nobody doing that crap in 1921.
Nope.
And here they are, bug dancing with banjos playing and harmonicas. It's like, it's disgusting. Why in the hell were they dancing and singing? That ought to have been an occasion for solemn reflection. Do you think the Jews would go down to Auschwitz in commemoration of what happened to them and start singing and dancing? Hell no. What's wrong with us?
No.
Always breaking out in them damn dance. Porgy and Bess. That was the first big feature film. It was a musical. Bug dancing all over the place. Harry Belafonte did a movie that got an Oscar. Daylight come and me want to go home. Daylight come and me want to go home. You know, what in the hell is all this singing and dancing crap?
Wow.
Get serious about something. As a matter of fact, all of our so-called leaders sing and dance, or they play basketball or football or baseball. I'm putting together a thing called the Black Brain Trust. And we've got some streetwise brothers who also happen to be nuclear physicists, astrophysicists, astronomers, work for NASA, do this serious stuff, but they can communicate on the street level and they talk to all the young brothers. We need to get the minds working here instead of being stuck on stupid. We need some manhood where we are instead of having what we got down in the hood. We don't have men down there. That's why we've got all this foolishness. We got lots of untrained males. And the thing about it is you know what a hood rat is? It's a lesbian in a boy's body. Lesbians and hood rats are raised like girls. Both of them like nookie, but the lesbians got girl plumbing and the hood rats got boy plumbing. If a fairy god something or another waved a magic wand at one of the black lesbians overnight and she woke up with a penis, there'd be no difference between her in a hood rat because they don't have man in them. See, if
Mm.
you're a man, you make where you are a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, opportunity, morality, ethics,
Yep.
sense of purpose, dedication to public peace, dignity, and order. You are men of peace. You impose peace where you live, but you can be damn sure that you can be brave, courageous, and violent when necessary.
That's right.
You know, we don't have that. They ain't gonna have mine. You know, like I ain't gonna live to be 24, man. Ain't no daylight at the end of my tunnel. It doesn't make any damn difference. If there's no daylight at the end of your tunnel, be glad that you will have the opportunity to become a hero. When if you have manned up, you will be taking the people you're responsible for through that damn tunnel with you in the lead, and you will be slaying the fire-breathing Gila monsters that are setting fire to the tunnel, so all that smoke is obscuring the daylight at the end. You take them there, even if you die in the process. That's
That's
being a
right.
hero, and that's what you need to fixate on instead of suicide by your fellow community member instead of suicide by a cop because you hate yourself so bad you ain't got the nerve to pop a cap in your own brain. You're going to provoke your neighbor into doing you the favor. And by the
Mm.
way, you might kill him in the process.
Mm.
I evaluated a lot of folk I since. In fact, most of them, long evaluations with some good shrinks, black and white, who were interested in finding out what was going on. These drug things, that wasn't trying to get high, that was trying to die because they had too much suicidal ideation. The violent ones always popping caps on somebody, but too pretty to duke it out, you know. They're sitting up there, they want to be shot because they hate themselves.
Wow.
See, you got to have a cause, a purpose. You have to have something to dedicate yourself to. And the first one that is the bedrock cause for men is being a man. So
That's
you look
right.
in the mirror and you say, did I do what a man's supposed to do yesterday? Am I going to do what a man's supposed to do today? Am I going to do it tomorrow? I've dedicated myself to this. So when I see something that looks bad, it's getting hot up in here. I'm working up sweat. So what happens is you get dedicated to manhood. And I'm sick to death of listening to folk whine about white conspiracy or white supremacy. So why in the devil bother with trying to make it? Because white supremacy gonna keep you down. Well, hell, that's nothing but adversity, just like lions were adversity. And Simba on the plains of Serengeti had a taste for people meat, breakfast, lunch, dinner, or midnight snack. So do you think that adversity left all of our ancestors hiding in hovels behind the village thorn wall? No, they went out and kicked some Simba butt. And now
Yep.
Simba is endangered as a species, and we got to protect them. So just think of white supremacy as an adversity. Be glad you got something to challenge your talents, your mind, and your manhood and your masculinity with, and go kick some adversity ass.
That's right.
And quit whining and get your mama out of your mind.
Mm.
Unless your mama was a good one. And a lot of these folk, when we got through analyzing them, they hated their mothers because they blamed their mothers for not understanding what a man was. They blamed their mothers for hating their fathers and transferring the hate to them as the nearest boy, something or another. And then see, this stuff started 50 years ago, 53 years ago. I graduated from UCLA as an undergrad back in the 60s and then went on to law school there. Now, back then, you had the lesbians that hated men. You had the feminists that hated that they weren't men. You had the nerd, dork, dweebs, beta boys, soy boys who were white, but they couldn't make it in the man's world. You had the gay boys who were scared of men because men were burning them at the stake, jacking them up, throwing them into prisons, ostracizing them for their freak and, firing them and all this other stuff. So they started cooperating in this effort to get rid of masculinity.
Mm-hmm.
They had a 25-year plan, 50-year plan, where we are right now, 75-year plan and a 100-year plan. Okay, fine. That wasn't enough. But we had this thing called a NOM going on, and we had a universal draft, and a whole lot of people got a year-long paid vacation to sunny Vietnam, where they got well acquainted with the creepy crawlers, scurrying around and slithering through the mud. And a few buzzing bullets in addition to the buzzing insects and giant spiders. Well, that group came up with the idea, war is a man thing, or, yeah, man, war is a man thing, man. We kill too much, man. We got to train these boys, man, like they're girls. So they get emotional and they cry and they shout, let it all hang out instead of being so uptight, man. And getting into war, you know, man, smoke a J, man, drop some acid, man. You got to turn on, tune in and drop out, man. It's all about love, man. Love, power, man. You know, they started talking that. So that added the ballast to get the movement going. The other thing that was happening was color TV was running the movie studios out of business. You see, back in the 60s, for adults, the movie fare was 50 to 75 cents at an upscale theater. And you walked in whenever you got there. Didn't make any difference if you walked in the middle of the movie. There'd always be two movies, 2 or 3 cartoons, and 1 sub feature. You sit through the second movie and sit through the part of the first one you missed, to just watch them all over again. Well, color TV was busting that market up, and the studios were having to make 200 or 300 movies a year because they changed every Thursday and Sunday. They came up with this bright idea. Let's just make one movie and charge people $1.50, which was 3 times what you got for the other ones, and paid for the other ones, and you didn't get 2 movies, you got 1. And they say, we'll let the movie run as long as people will come to see it. Next thing, they got the new hot shots in to take over from the old Hollywood, moguls. And they started developing a theme. They said, we have to go deal with these black folk. They are starving for images of themselves. They played around with the black folk being college educated, and everybody was staying in college so you could get a 1A and not get sent to the NOM. Working, they didn't want that. So let's appeal to let's glorify pimps, hoes, and drug dealers and burglars and thieves and murderers and gangsters, because that'll appeal to the lowest common denominator, and we got to get that money. And then you had stuff that ultimately came up, Black Caesar and Superfly and Foxy Brown, where every time she got knocked down in a movie, which was often, her boobs would pop out and you'd see cooch and nipples and all of that gratuitously. And they always had a scene with a naked woman hanging around in a shower. Whoever the chief cheese was, he had 4 or 5 white women and 3 naked sisters hanging around his straw chair or something like that. Excuse me. But that was black exploitation, and it was designed to glorify dysfunction, because they said masculinity is toxic. All masculinity is toxic. So we're going to use black folk as our guinea pigs and start putting this negativity as a visual when dealing with them. So now, 50 some years later, our ideation is in terms of the negative stuff that they propagandized us with. Our worldview is the propaganda worldview. Our value system is that one. And I'm having seen it develop. I said, what the hell, happened to us? Why are we thinking like this, where we glorified thugs, pimps, hoes, dropouts, drug dealers, And if you go to college, something's wrong with you unless you did it playing basketball, football, or something like that. We don't have any more H. Rap Browns, Stokely Carmichaels, Malcolm X's, Martin Luther Kings. We don't have any Huey P. Newtons or John Huggins, or we don't have any Bunchy Carters or Geronimo Pratts, G's. We don't have any of that. Any Browns. I mean, excuse me. We don't have that kind of thing. We've got dysfunction. So what's wrong with us? We've got, and see, we got to make it cool to be right again. Not cool to be lame, because that crap about going to the penitentiary ain't nothing but lame. See, pipeline from schoolhouse to jailhouse. Why? There's a reason. What's wrong with the criminal justice system? It works fine, but it's not designed to deal with criminal justice. What it's supposed to do is control the surplus labor. There are not enough jobs to go around. The United States is essentially the only industrialized nation that does not have a plan to do something about ordinary workers who are made obsolete with industrial technology and computerization. Its solution is to treat these labor units like a commodity, wheat, corn, or cotton. And when you get a glut in a commodity, there are three things you do. You store the surplus. Our surplus is stored in a jail cell instead of a grain silo. You subsidize the would-be producer. The subsidy is the public assistance check. You give it to the women so they can run things and set up a matriarchal matrix for the inner city, the barrios and trailer parks. You cut back production in an interesting way when you have the kids bang out, drop out, develop inappropriate attitudes, outlooks, worldviews, no academic skills, no vocational skills. The girls get knocked up too early, too often. They make their communities chaotic. They're essentially unemployable by the outlooks they have developed, the attitudes and worldviews. No, man, I ain't flipping no damn buggies for no Mickey D's, man. I got my hoes take care of me, man. 4 of them got into me, man. 2 of them got good JOBs. 1 get a crazy check, and the other one get an AFDC. They takes care of me. They gives me whatever I wants and needs, man. I ain't flipping no burgers. That's why they had this illegal problem, because they bring in some people with a work ethic who don't mind doing these entry-level jobs, putting their stuff together, and then start acquiring liquor stores and small grocery stores, gas stations, and tire repair places. We don't do that. We don't understand that.
Judge, you want to get some water?
Well, I have some here. I don't know what this is. Every now and then I get hiccups.
Okay.
Every now and then. Here.
You making me drink some water. I'm like, okay, he has the hiccups.
Man, it's a mess sometimes. Get old, stop working. The warranty runs out. Ain't got no damn aftermarket parts. Another damn thing. I tell people this all the time. From where I am to when I was 25 sounds like just last year. And from 25 to when, see, you can't kick it as a man till you hit 50. That's when it all comes together. You got money, experience, wisdom. You can do what you do because you've been doing it for 30 years, 25 years. It's all good. Your physical is cool. You're wise. You know all the games. You've been there, seen that, got the T-shirts and the trophies. That ain't doing no damn good. But anyway, he's kind of good. But it is what it is. So let's see. We have anything else here?
Yeah, we have some questions.
I think that's your list.
Well, they have some questions that they
Give me
sent.
some questions.
You ready for the questions? Okay, here we go. All right. They want to know about the Mann Act. What do you think about the Mann Act? Why did it start? And how hard it is to win in a case that has a Mann Act?
Quit. We're going back to R. Kelly. If you want to know the history of the Mann Act, that's how the FBI came into existence. Their number one target was the first world black heavyweight champion, Jack Johnson. White women liked him. In fact, he married one. He thumbed his nose at the white folk, and he was as big a hero to black folk back then as Muhammad Ali was to us in my generation. All right. So the FBI was supposed to come up with the research that was necessary to get the Mann Act. J. Edgar Hoover got a boost up because he got assigned as a flunky agent to go interview the hoes in the New York brothels. So he got a lot of blackmail information that he put to use a few years later. So finally, they passed the Mann Act based on the research the FBI had come up with on black people in their comfort zone with white females. Jack Johnson was with his wife, and they passed through a corner of Georgia on the way to a seaport. They were going to Europe for a fight and a vacation. So when they got out of the state of Georgia, the train made an unexpected stop. So the nascent FBI agents got on and arrested Jack Johnson. He went to trial, got convicted of violating the Mann Act because Georgia did not recognize interracial marriage, so they charged him with transporting a white woman under the Mann Act across state lines for illicit purposes. Well, he escaped and he met up with his wife over in France. Well, his mother, I don't think, did him any favors. She kept saying, "Baby, please come back so mama can see you before she goes to the great beyond." See, that's selfishness. She told him, "I don't care what you hear, baby. You stay gone. You don't need to come back." So he tried to sneak back in the country. He got caught, finished up his time, and then got killed in a car wreck in 1946. And he was a hero to the black community because he told white folk what they could do with themselves, and he could whip any of them, more so than Joe Louis did. So half-breed Bush money refused to pardon him, but Trump did, which I thought was a good thing. He should have been years ago. Excuse me. But that's how the Mann Act came into play. I had a lot of clients, too many, in fact, who got caught under that. And frankly, they were pimps, and they were taking their hoes to Arkansas and Chicago and Atlanta from Memphis. We had some guerrilla pimps here that would run the other pimps off the block when they got to Chicago and take their hoes and work them. But yeah, sometimes they get popped for the Mann Act, but yeah, was what it was.
Okay. For the Mann Act. Okay. What about RICO? The RICO. How can one man be charged for RICO? Is that normal?
He's in charge, and usually there are many other people. Matter of fact, President number 4, when he was running for president, was mentioned in 7 counts of a RICO indictment, named, but is a non-indicted party. But nobody brought that out. But I looked at the indictment. It was interesting. RICO is something that they came up with. Biden was in on that one in Eastland. Mm-hmm. And what it was is it allowed the assets of somebody like that to be seized, even if they couldn't directly connect them with any criminal activity. Mm-hmm. So you would effectively bankrupt the person so they would have no financial means of resistance. Now, federal cases are really rough. If your client is really innocent, you are behind the 8 ball from the beginning, because the feds don't have to give you anything except what your client has said or put in writing until somebody testifies. And then you get about 15 minutes to review their grand jury testimony. That's about all you get. So they've got some laws in effect right now that will allow you to break somebody, even if they'd have a hard time otherwise proving the case, but they do that. And by the way, word up, the feds, when they bring you in, will always tell you what they have you there for, but that's a trick situation, because one of the questions they're going to ask you is some form of, what do you know about it? Now, if you say, I don't know anything at all, they will have taped themselves telling you what you're there for. And when you say, I don't know anything about it at all, that will be an extra count on the multi-count indictment, and you might get acquitted, as some of my clients have, on all 28 counts. On the 29th count, they get convicted of making a knowingly false statement to a federal investigative officer, because the officer told them what they were there for, and they said, I don't know anything about it. Well, you did, because you just got told. So with the feds, don't try to talk your way out of it. Just say, I refuse to say anything. I want a lawyer. I decline to respond to that. I take my Fifth Amendment.
Okay.
And by the way, 97+% of the people in American penitentiaries pled guilty. Just a little more than 2% got found guilty by a jury. 84 to 87% of that 97% confessed. And on murder cases, if the perpetrator keeps his mouth closed, most of the time it's very hard to put a murder on somebody, but they're always yak, yak, yak to some girlfriend they're trying to impress who's got a pending drug charge she wants to get out. Excuse me. And even if they keep their mouth shut, nothing would happen, but they keep talking. And badass OG in the courtroom bragging to his homies about how he's down for the cause. You look at the video of his alleged confession, and he's crying for his mama, snot running all out his nose, tears all down his face. Oh, my mama, I don't want no lawyer to get my mama. Ma, please. Sir, your mama can't be in here. We suggest you can't. We'll provide you with a lawyer. I don't want no lawyer. I just want my mama. Sir, your mother can't be in here. So you're listening to all of these advisements of rights, and then some people out there tried to come in, and I always had the bond hearings first for bond reduction so you could see who's in there. And quite often the people who were testifying to get his bond reduced, when you look at the confession, I tell you, who was really behind this. It was Stomp Dog, Lil Earl, and Ray Ray, and Johnny B. They was the ones that did it. So you already know who they are. So I'd have the deputies take them into custody. Set no bond pending investigation. I said, your homeboy up here implicated you in this statement. So thank you for surrendering yourselves and being identified to the court. So, I mean, these guys think on each other, rat each other out, and tell, and they're crybabies. They ain't OG.
Okay, next question. Having a sequential or anonymous jury, does it hurt the defendant or is it good?
When I tried the murder cases, I always wanted to sequester jury.
Oh, really?
The defense lawyer who says it hurts him doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Okay.
You don't want them to sneak and watch television. You don't want them to get calls at home that are unmonitored, because people will be talking, and most of these folk will tell you they'll be quiet, but they won't. lawyer's saying the sequestered jury hurt the defense, he doesn't know his game.
Okay.
You want a sequestered jury, and the prosecution will offer to argue against you. So you have to convince the judge, we need a sequestered jury. This may get out. Well, I'm going to tell the jury here that they're not the judge sequestered jury. Rules so-and-so and so-and-so of Tennessee or Mississippi or Arkansas, rules of procedure provide upon request in a charge of the following nature, blah, 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 blah. A sequestered jury is presumed to be essential.
Oh, wow.
If state could show cause, why not? And of course, but I don't believe they can, Your Honor.
Yes, good to know. Thank you for that one, Judge. The other question I have here is when a defense asks for early return of subpoena, is that a good thing?
It's an indication that the subpoena's been served, but you can get it by simply going down to the clerk's office, getting up off your lazy ass and taking a trip downtown and asking to see the status of the returns. See, one of the big problems with all of that is making sure that the people that you have subpoenaed show up on the day of trial. And as defense counsel, you can get real nervous. The DA too, hell, that's no sweat off their back. They just dismiss the case if the witnesses don't show up and then get them for contempt later. But as a defense, you want your witnesses there. And believe me, one of the hardest jobs is making sure that some reluctant knucklehead doesn't try to escape someplace so he's not there. And what you can do, see, is move the court to set a material witness bond on them or lock them up as a material witness until they testify.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for that one. Okay, as far as lying, here's the question. It says, what is the consequences for someone lying on or perjury of themselves? So what's the consequence?
No consequences at all to lying. There's a consequence to perjury. Perjury is not lying. Perjury is making a materially false statement that impacts the outcome of the matter, that is not retracted and corrected before the matter is resolved. Let me give you the difference. There is an eyewitness that the state wants, or the defense wants, who actually sees the holdup. He can make an identification, describe what went on. But what he was doing was he was dropping his side old lady off from home, so he doesn't want to put that on the public record. So he can tell a lie saying, I went out to get a pack of cigarettes. You know that's a lie. But that's not material to the outcome of the case. What is material is he telling a truth based on his best recollection of what he saw relative to the armed robbery of the convenience store? So a lie is being told I was getting cigarettes rather than dropping my old lady off, the side old lady off.
Okay.
Sometimes people actually forget, or they have heard something to the contrary so often that they get a false memory that is created, which is not good. So there's always this thing of, would you like to refresh your recollection, sir? Sure. Pass that up, counsel. Witness will be allowed to refresh his recollection. How long are you going to need, sir? All right. So they'll go over it and look at their statement for purpose not of altering what they're saying, but refreshing their recollection. See, people will tell all kinds of stories that are not truthful and get in the newspapers. Somebody's in an office building and a bunch of people are at the foot of the stairs and somebody had fallen and broken a leg. Somebody might have said, did somebody push him or what? I don't know, man, but somebody's looking, oh man, wow. And then he gets back to us, man, you should have been there, man. Dude pushed dude down the stairs, broke his leg, man. The police here somebody up there on the fourth floor saw somebody push somebody down, break his leg. So he doesn't want to admit he's lying to all of his peers, you know. So, yeah, man, it was awful. Okay, fine. He doesn't think anything's going to come of it, but he winds up getting subpoenaed, and he's got to be up that you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please take the stand. All right, now he's looking at penalties of perjury, and you have to look at this, and sometimes they don't have the balls to back down. So when you start asking them questions, you start finding out they really couldn't have seen what they claimed they saw. That's full and vigorous cross-examination of a witness. Now, see, this is where experience comes in. You have examined several hundred, several thousand witnesses. You have all kinds of tricks you can do. You can pull out a notepad, nothing's on it. The witness can't see that. You're looking, now, sir, you said what? Well, wait a minute. Maybe not. Maybe I got that slightly wrong. All right, now tell us what really happened. Or see, I remember I tried one case, was interesting. Why did you follow this woman to the school where she regularly dropped her child? I never followed her there. Never been by that school. Okay. You leave that, you come back to it, do another stuff deliberately, 15 minutes later. Well, could you tell me why these children were running from you that morning? They weren't running from me. The bell rang. The bell rang. I thought you'd never been by this school. How did you know the bell was ringing? Well, we caught you in a lie, didn't we? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you heard that man. He lied with a straight face. And see, you can get, I mean, I had one, I can remember his first-degree murder trial. I walked my client. The other three co-defendants are on, well, they're still on death row, 35 years after the fact. The judge that tried the other three with him was real live assholes. So I got the cases tried. I got mine transferred to another judge because he thought he was doing me a disservice. I just tricked him. So I got a fair judge. So when I get into it, I'm selecting the jury. I brought this big, tall, 6'4", well-dressed guy, and all the women were looking at him like, damn, yeah. But he was a prominent preacher, right? So I got everybody I could find, 45, 50, 60-year-old females up on that jury who were churchgoers. So he kept walking in and out of the courtroom, and my client didn't have a record, so I could put him up there. I said, oh, by the way, who is that nicely dressed gentleman that walks in and out of the court? Oh, that's my father, Reverend so-and-so. Oh, and see, a lot of these women used to love going by his church to visit. You know, they thought he was handsome, so I didn't ask him about it, and it was too late to do anything about it then. They said they could be fair and impartial. So I had the one eyewitness who was a hoe. She wore this micro mini-ups with these fat legs, and she tried to cross her legs for the four men on the panel. And it was not getting it with the other 8 ladies on the panel who were all churchgoers. They were offended. So my final argument, I said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is not my longest argument, but I'm going to conclude briefly. I said, you've seen the witness. You saw that witness for the state that's IDing my client. She hiked that skirt up like you ladies are supposed to be impressed by her fat thighs and no stockings on. And she's trying to flash everything at these 4 gentlemen on the jury who I'm sure weren't all that impressed with it. And I said, in summation, let me be very brief about this. Who you gonna believe, a hoe or the son of a preacher man? Defense rest. A lot of lawyers won't have the nerve to do that. I'm still famous for that for the older lawyers. Judge got up there with his lawyers. Man, who you gonna believe, a hoe or the son of a preacher man? Sometimes I believe a hoe over the preacher man that I know. Hell, you know, but it is what it is.
All right, here's the next question.
Now, is flying a banner considered jury tampering?
Certainly is if you're trying to get the jury to be influenced by the banner. I have jacked some folk up standing out in the hallway when the jury had to go take a break coming up outside the elevator. I locked them up for 10 days. So contempt of court. I let them out after the end of the day after I'd scared the hell out of them, and I had them come back so we'd have a show cause why you should not be found in contempt. I got the message, and there was nobody else up there trying to do that. So that's because you got balls, you know what to do.
Inside the court or outside?
If somebody was doing that across from the courthouse, I'd send the bailiffs over there to arrest everybody for trying to influence the jury. Especially if they weren't locked up.
So what about if it's not near the courthouse?
How far away? Usually
in the air.
Have a rule. You have a rule. Well, if it's visual, then you're trying to flash it, and the intent is to influence the jury, then you're in trouble. But most judges don't have the balls to do that.
Okay. All right. Next question.
Madam Court Reporter, turn the record off. Look, you stupid SOB. This court's going to jack your ass up if you do this again. One more time, and I'm putting my foot up your ass. You understand me?
Question, can they sue can they sue the defendant if a
Reporter, turn the record back on? The court has explained the circumstances to the miscreant, and the court is convinced that this individual will not repeat the error of his ways. Now, can you sue anybody for what's said in court? No. That's total immunity.
Okay. All right. Next one. Social media is being used. Is social media being used to intimidate witness? Is it considered a witness tampering? If a person
can be.
Okay.
It can be. And see, the other thing too is we keep talking about we got to turn out and protest. Well, first off, understand that sometimes a certain amount of protest can convince the local DA that he ought to be serious about this, either not trying to persecute somebody versus prosecute somebody, or you really need to be serious about this and treat everybody like they were white folks rather than colored and some other stuff too. But you don't want to cross the line that we do, because you get mob justice. And every 10 examples of mob justice, 9 of them involved a black victim to the mob justice. So be careful. In law, it's always a two-edged sword. It can swing this way, and it can swing back that way.
Thank you on that one.
See, the other thing too. Your typical mainstream media behaves like tabloids did 35 years ago. Tabloid journalism is customary journalism now, except for a select few papers. And they speculate, they predict. You got CNN, which is one of the worst offenders. It almost went bankrupt in the late 80s until they had the first Gulf War, and then it became relevant. But after the war was over, there wasn't enough news to go around 24/7. So they kept repeating themselves, and you'd get these talking heads. Charles, what do you think happened here? I don't know, Al. Maybe, well, let's see. Maybe they got some information. You think that, well, Charles, maybe they did. Well, Al, what if they got so-and-so and so-and-so? Well, Charles, that's possible, but do you really think? No, they don't know any goddamn more about what happened than you do. So shut up and just say, when we get something extra on this, we'll be back. But see, after looking at this kind of stuff for 30 years, people are acclimated into that being the way it is. So people speculate, and they don't report news like today. Police report there was an attempted armed robbery of a liquor store on such and such Witnesses have been located. Police have no statement at its time. What you get now is, once again, there's another extreme of gun violence. Something has to be done. And this is just horrifying about, so that's not news. That's editorialization. That's supposed to come in the editorial section, not in the news part, but now that's what we're used to, especially since with CNN, Fox, and all of this bunch with these 24/7 news outlets. See, they depend upon commercial advertising. Commercial advertising is paid out based on ratings. So they have to entertain people to bring them in. So instead of just getting news, we don't have anything else. Police have released this statement. That's all we have. We'll be back to you and interrupt regular programming if something comes up. There was a guy named George Putnam in LA that started that, KTLA Channel 5. George Putnam was married to Amelia Earhart, the flower, and he had a $10 million life insurance policy on her back in the 30s when this was big money. It seems from what we now know that the Japanese probably shot her down when she strayed too near to one of the bases they were fortifying against a treaty they had with us and the Brits. So they shot her down. So he got the $10 million policy, which made him independently wealthy, since most studios didn't have $10 million in their budgets anywhere. So he became a reporter, and he started this thing of, in this reporter's humble opinion, and he started that thing back in the early 60s about how he reported. And this reporter's humble opinion, things have gone too far. He even had him a colored boy in there and said, Charles, you shouldn't be so hard on your people, Charles. Well, George, I think it's a shame. Charles, please, they have grievances.
All right, you ready for the next question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now, as far as women lying, in the past when DNA came into play and they find out the woman said that the man raped her and find out the DNA showed that the man never raped her. What are the things that's happened for women that lied? Are they being persecuted? Are
Nothing.
they charged?
Nothing. Here's the dilemma. Ethically, something should be done to them. But if there was a chance that it would, they wouldn't fess up and acknowledge that they were lying. Mm-hmm. So you balance this whole thing with the defendant's side of things. The injustice of getting a retraction, freeing the man, is that more important than prosecuting the woman for lying? See, rape is interesting. A real rape is hated by everybody in the system. Mm-hmm. But for every 10 rape complaints, 6 or 7 of them come up. Here we go. I can remember when I was practicing law, 2 instances, okay? Mm-hmm. Well, in a trial, all right, that I presided over. One of them, I represented the detective in sex crimes. I'd handle a divorce for him. So he said, do you represent so-and-so? I said, yeah. We were talking to his brother, and he said, you represented him. Well, we have a complaint on rape on him, aggravated rape. Could you bring him down? We want to get a statement. So I brought him down. And we were sitting directly under this clock on the wall on a bench, and they had a real emergency come through there. So the detective said, hey, man, can you just hold on? This madhouse right now. So as it taking care of this, the phone kept ringing on his desk. So one of the other detectives picked it up and said, yeah, this detective will detect. What? And they listened. They said, Al, you need to get this, man. He said, no, man, you need to take this. So he goes over there, what the hell? And he picks it up. He says, yeah, really? How long ago was this? He just ran out of there 5 minutes ago. And he, beats you up, rapes you again, cuts your clothes off with a box cutter? It's the same man you said did this to you 2 other times? Okay. All right. I'll get on it. I'll have a squad car come out there and, we'll do the thing. He hung up and said, man, you can take your client and go. So what is it? So that woman, the same one, complained on him about these other 2 times, said he just ran out of there less than 5 minutes away. And that's 45 minute drive in this traffic. Ain't no way that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a rape trial. I tried this. It's in my court. The paper started with a horrible rape. The victim says that she was on top of the guy in the back seat of a convertible being raped. So she said, you can't come in me. Do you have a condom? He said, no. So she said, I have one. So she's getting raped now. So she gets up off of the guy, pulls her skirt down, climbs over the side of the convertible, walks 35 yards to where her car is parked, takes her car keys, opens up the locked door, goes in the glove compartment, gets 3 condoms out, comes back, climbs into the back seat of the car, puts the condom on this guy so she can climb back on and continue to get raped. Now, see, another one, I was a lawyer on this one. This woman was driving down the street and this guy was jogging, and she stopped the car, screeched to a halt, started screaming, that's him, that's him, that's the one that raped me. You know what saved him? It was like 3 years old, and on the date she was so absolutely sure of, it couldn't have been him. You know why? He was in the Fulda Gap in West Germany in an M48 tank in the commander's hatch on maneuvers, and by the military, he was on bivouac. He did not leave that place, did not come back to the States, nothing else. That's the only thing saved him.
Wow.
I had to bring somebody in and get the military to order this guy to come back, and 3 guys to come back and testify. This guy's commanding officer, who was due for a vacation anyway, they gave him an extra week so he could come through and testify. And they were talking about continuing the trial. And no way in hell, we got to go on this one.
Wow.
See how these things go. But then rape is a horrible thing when you get it. The interesting thing, too, is when you get a real rapist, they're not doing it for sexual pleasure. They're doing it to scapegoat somebody by punishing them. They've been raised to think that although sex might feel good, it's nasty. So they want to do something nasty to him. And there's another little thing about this. When you got a real rapist, a whole bunch of times, he was getting revenge. You know what for? 4 or 5 dudes that just got out the penitentiary snatched him, drug him into an abandoned apartment in the projects, pulled his pants down and gang raped him, sent him to the hospital so he get his anus sutured up, and he's mad and he picks out women and starts raping women to pass the pain along. By the way, ladies, your boyfriend just got out the penitentiary and you're wondering about whether he picked something up, make him a nice meal, put some candles in the bathroom, get a little champagne, and, get down, get soaked up, get greasy, wet, and drop the soap in the tub. See how quick he bends over to get the soap. He bends over real slow. He liked it, and he won't go back to the penitentiary. Bend over quick, maybe he don't, hey, can't tell. But that's the way you do it.
I didn't expect that one.
Shit happens.
Okay. All right. What
didn't expect this, did you?
I didn't expect
I wasn't really a judge. You know what I was?
What were you?
I was the village chieftain. And the chieftain has to make sure there's law and order, public peace, and dignity in the damn village.
All right. The next question is, what is your thought on terminating the counsel 2 months prior to trial? Is that something good or something to worry about?
It depends. It's complicated.
Okay. It's complicated.
I had a case in my courtroom, multiple contract murders. One big drug lord wanted another drug lord assassinated. So this drug lord took out a contract on the other. Also, there's supposed to be 3.5 million cash that was coming through. Well, the people hijacked the Krispy Kreme truck and the two drivers, and two trucks and the drivers. And they took the uniforms and they took the donuts and they went by one of the houses where the money was supposed to be brought in. They missed it by 30 minutes. They just got $60,000 instead of the 3.5 million. So they got in this iron barred place because the woman, the mother of this drug lord, was a big old fat woman and she loved donuts. So they said they were giving away free Krispy Kreme samples. So she let them in. They snatched her, tortured her, wound up smothering her slowly, and left her body in the middle of a farm field so it could be found. The other side refused to cooperate with the police. They found the body and they took out some contracts on this other person. And what they did was, well, they got vengeance by snatching two of the soldiers for this woman, well, this drug lord, and they kidnapped the boys' mamas too. So they married son and mama under two coffins alive during a funeral. So they suffocated down there. They didn't find the bodies till a few weeks later when the gangsters dug the coffins up. So it went down like that. So yeah, all kinds of stuff happens when you get these cases. And what they were trying to do is excuse the lawyer. I got a complaint against this lawyer. He didn't do what I wanted to do. So instead of me going for that, I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Once you get on this case, you do not get off without the court's permission. So your problem is that your lawyer is trying to do you wrong. Well, I tell you what, the court is going to appoint a master who will be bound by attorney-client privilege to you, except what he will reveal to the court in camera as to whether or not he personally observed anything that in his opinion would be a good cause to excuse or allow counsel to withdraw. See, once you sign on, you just can't come in and say, I didn't get paid, I don't want to be on it. You have to get the court's permission to get off. I remember one time I had a federal drug case that dragged on for 3 weeks in the snow. I had to drive 80 miles each direction every day to get there. And my client had given me a certified cashier's check. It turned out to be bad because one of the women that wrote the thing was one of her Confederates. So I asked the federal judge if I could be relieved and withdraw. He refused. It's a weird case. I came in about 15 minutes late because I'd come down sick. I had to stop the car and throw up. Judge was going to find me in contempt until one of his bailiffs puked right there on the court floor. And the female bailiff in there ran over to a trash can and puked. And we had all gotten infected by this client of mine with some kind of weird flu. So we had to recess because one of the jurors came down with it too. So we just broke that day, came back 2 days later when everybody recovered. Interestingly enough, it was some technical stuff in there. This has been 35 years ago, right? A little more than that. And they had a camera set up 7 miles away from my client's home in a real tall concrete grain silo near the rail switch yard. And they went a half mile further than where my client lived, and they zoomed in with this camera while we can see the feed in the courtroom. This kid is bouncing a basketball, and he's standing there, and they zoom in, and you can see it's a Wilson basketball. That was impressive. He turned it over, and then, they have those field spouts. It said filled to 13 psi. You could read it from 7.5 miles away. I said, oh shit, we're dead. So they went over and they focused on the front of my client's house, but you could see the glare on the window. So they went to the house next door. They put a polarized filter on. They just had it go remotely by remote control. You could see right through it. There was an old lady with what looked to be a cup of coffee. And you could see the brand of the artificial sweetener packet she was putting in the coffee. And you read the headline on the newspaper. You read the sub-headlines. They magnified more. And you could read the articles in the newspaper. I said, client, your ass is grass now. And they got a lawnmower about to cut you down. I mean, and I didn't even get paid. The judge was nice enough, so I did an outstanding job on it. And he said, you put in enough, I'm not going to require that you handle her appeal. So he appointed somebody for the appeal. But see, you can't get off a case unless the judge lets you off.
Oh, okay.
A lot of times, counselor, you got pro bono by ambush, but you are going to be on this case.
Okay.
So you see a lot of stuff in the press gets said by press being ignorant of the law and its practice. You see a lot of things said by some lawyers that haven't really been practicing that much, and they don't get it right. And I would tell anybody interested in the law, go spend $5 to get the rules of procedure for your particular court system. It'd probably be real thin, but just mark it up a lot, keep tabs in it. And if you know the rules, you'll one up on everybody, because a lot of the judges don't know the rules of procedure. And sure enough, very few of the prosecutors do, because they're collectively some of the laziest son of a bitches you'll find in the courthouse. They rely on the police to do everything. They don't like to visit crime scene. After a while, they don't give a damn. It just becomes a tennis match to win at all costs, and they're too lazy to go look.
Awesome. You're giving us some knowledge tonight, Judge. You're giving us some knowledge.
And one other thing, if you complain about justice is just us, keep your ass on the goddamn jury. Don't try to figure out how to get off. Stay on there. And if you get selected, don't punk out and go with the white folk or anybody else who just want to find somebody guilty to get out of there. Stand on your own 2 feet. If you think the person is not guilty, then you vote not guilty. You hang the jury up. We had a lot of times where the jury is 11-1 for guilty. One person hung them up, and in the interim, before it got back to trial, somebody else had confessed to the murder. See, juries are funny. Out of every 5 juries, 3 of them are good. 1 of them, out of that, it's like, wow, did they finish high school? And 1 out of the 5 is pure awful. I'd let the lawyers in court talk to the jurors. What do you mean? Didn't you find reasonable? Oh, there's plenty of reasonable doubt. We just thought the smart lawyers kept us from finding out what really went on, but the police must have thought they were guilty because they arrested them, so they're guilty. The hell? And you see, 13th juror rules. The judge doesn't agree with the verdict. He can set it aside by effectively acting like the 13th juror who deadlocks it. And I've done that before too. Prosecution gets all pissed off, but they got a weak jury and they got a weak case in a poor jury because the defense lawyer doesn't know how to select the jury, doesn't know how to set up rapport. See, like one guy, I trained him, he's 6'7", Sam Perkins, great lawyer, but he's dead now. When I mentored him, I said, man, you tall, wear you some red suspenders, hook your thumbs under your red suspenders, stick your belly out, and talk about your 14 grandchildren and your 7 children that all went to college and did well. And by the end of the void hour, they go, "Oh, Mr. Perkins, can I ask you a question?" Now, ma'am, it has to pertain to the kid. But Mr. Perkins is so wise. I would like to ask him a question about my grandchildren, please. You have a meeting out their hands. They televised a murder case, and the guy's name was Judd, the same one as judge for the defense, but he was for the prosecution. He said if he didn't get a guilty verdict, he would resign his commission as an assistant DA. And Sam walked him, and this guy had to resign to keep from losing face. See, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, very seldom does what you hear in a courtroom when everybody's under oath and the evidence gets tightly controlled so it comes in orderly. Very seldom does it match what you've heard in the newspapers.
Oh.
The newspapers, they've got incompetence generally as reporters. They don't know anything about the subject. They ask around what happened, what went on, and then the story says they sat through it. They weren't in the courtroom. They walked in later. They asked what was happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. My next question, what do you think about a person that is an informant or a rat?
Piece of shit. Piece of low down shit, unless he's being a conscientious citizen. See, these gangsters, OGs, they rat out on each other all the time. But sometimes you have good citizens who are doing it for the right reasons. That's okay. I encourage you to step forward and be a man or a woman in your community and support peace, dignity, and order where you live. You don't owe some of these scoundrels a damn thing. And they're not playing Robin Hood. They're not robbing from the rich, giving to the poor. They're robbing their next door neighbors, raping their next door neighbors, selling poison to their next door neighbors. Get their lame asses to the penitentiary where they can get turned out and come back doing what they do. Oh, that's funny.
The judge has spoken.
You represent people. I'd have some little thug and his mama kept paying his fees until he got 18 or 19. Then he'd have 3 or 4 lady friends come in and pay the fee for him. Then he'd do his first penitentiary time, and he'd come back, he'd get 3 gay boys and 1 woman to pay his fee. And the woman would come back, "Lawyer Brown, I want my money back." Whatever. I didn't know he had them gay boyfriends down at just the end of the hall. He come back with his dick all smelling and everything and stealing my Kotex because his butt bleeding. I want my money back. Well, baby, I'm sorry, dear. You can't have your money back. It has been earned. You got to take that up with him. It's a reality. Not everybody, but somebody does 14 months. There's a 92% probability he has had multiple consensual and non-consensual homosexual contacts. That's what this sagged and bagged style is. The folk think they look good with their pants strapped under their behinds. First time I saw that was on the yard at the main penitentiary up in Nashville, 1980, July. It was 105 degrees, but it was 110 in the attorney-client visitation room because the air conditioning broke down. So I'm out here talking to this gangster. It had a long time that I inherited from my law partner who had gotten killed in the midst of some drug stuff with some of the clients he was representing. Bullet went in here at the base of his throat, came out through the back of his skull. All right. Suicide. Gun was fired from 8 feet away. Yeah. Everybody wound up dead, and all the defendants were dead, including a bunch of cops and federal officials who were in on it. A bunch of lawyers. Only 3 folk walked out of there alive were me and 2 clients I inherited from my dead law partner. But anyway, I'm out on the yard talking to this fool, and I got a yellow pad. And, thank God they got penitentiaries for folk like this, but I'm going to break my ass to give him a good appeal. So I look up and say, "What the hell is that?" He said, "Oh, man, Lawyer Brown, you mean dude with his pants down like that, man, and that baggy shirt, man?" It's like, see, we got everything we needs up in here, man, except some soft booties. So we working on him. He got to wear that shit down like that. So see them trees, when the guards ain't around, we just bend them down, pull them down, and get down. And if he tries to run, he be falling booty up in the air, which is where we want him. When we get him on the block, see, he got to take them pants off. We don't let him wear no panties. He'd be bare-assed under there. And we keep a jar of a bottle, a tube of KY and some Vaseline up there. We grease him down, make him walk out of there with his butt greased. We gonna girl this out. See, we making us some man pussy. You know, we already done made him some jewelry and metal shop. And Jamal, man, he baby sister done sent a care package. We waiting on that with some plastic nails, mascara, eyeshadow, and lipstick. We gonna girl this dude out. And you can tell them they the ones that got the shaped fingernails when they come out. And they get to pumping a lot of iron, so they get strong enough so can't nobody turn them out except the ones they want. But see, you see them girls over there with them dresses on and them weaves, we gonna make him like that. So a few years later, I was watching and they had Crisscross dressed like man pussy up in the jail, sagged and bagged. See, years later, that became the sign that you belonged to somebody when you were dressed like that. So just everybody wasn't getting the bootay, but somebody was. But all these guys walking around, the lower the sag, the cooler the dude. You just look like somebody being turned into man pussy up in the joint by the lifers and long timers when they did the short timers like that. Be careful what you do. You need to find out why. It's just like, yeah, man, I know it's going around, all this gay shit, man, it's popular, but it, look like you done jumped off in there. You for real live? You mean you want to bend over? You ain't even got to pull nothing down, man. It's already out. You just peel your boxers down over the top of your pants and you good for go.
Woo.
Be careful what you do.
Woo. Woo. Okay. Okay, Judge. Okay. That was an earful. That was an earful. Okay.
You see, sometimes you don't like your clients, but it's not about getting paid to get the guilty off. What your job is to keep the state honest. So if they get a conviction, it's with due process, and they don't get into bad habits of cutting too many corners. That's safety for you and yours. But sometimes you may not like a client. And in fact, some clients were so bad, I just said, okay, let me get one thing straight. I don't like you. I think you a low down snake. I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure you get your due process. What the hell you going to do? I said, all right, hold tight. See, I'd been taking martial arts for years. So I'd go, aren't you Alan, so-and-so? Yeah, I know your uncle. Oh, yeah, Lawyer Brown. Yeah, my uncle said you. I said, look, you got a malfunction in attorney-client room 4. You ain't got no video. It just went down, right? Flip the switch, yep. Now I walk back in. Now, MF, I'm going to tell you what I think about you. Bam! Put him on the floor. Continue reading the file. About 5 minutes later, he starts coming around. I said, now look up. You wonder how you got down there and the lights are up there and you down there. I said, I'm going to put you down there and hurt you. Now get your ass back up here and we going to get on with this mess because I got a job to do and I don't like your goddamn funky ass anyway. Now, did we clear? I ain't having any problems out of you or I will hurt you. Statute of limitations is run. So I got a medical disability status on my law license, so I ain't got to answer to anybody. Fuck all of them. I'll tell on them.
Since we're on that,
it is after dark. It's after 10. So
it's after 10, so we can talk about it, right?
Yeah, the children ain't supposed to be around to hear
Children
this.
are around. This is for adults only now. Well, I have a question. Okay. Someone was talking about someone who dresses men that dresses like women, but say that they're not gay. What's your opinion on that?
Goddamn freak. You know what the problem is? Back in the 60s, we developed this I'm black and I'm proud, black power, you know. Yeah. What that was about is black folk hating themselves because we were looked down on. There was nothing that we got shown that made you feel good about yourself. So we decided to make ourselves feel good about ourselves. We went into self-love, self-respect, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing things that gave you the right to be proud of yourself. What we have right now, and this is an exemplar of it, is a bunch of people that hate themselves. They hate what they are and they hate what they want to be. And they're spreading this hell self-hatred around to everybody. So people start ideating in terms of a cripple.
Mm-hmm.
I jumped on Malik Yoba. I call him Milk Yogurt. He came on my show.
Mm-hmm.
And he started talking about he was not a homosexual, he was straight. I said, well, didn't you just get through saying you like chicks with tits and dicks? Well, yeah, but they're still women. How in the hell are they going to be women with dicks? Well, they say they're women. So you're having sex with them and they got a dick? That's homosexuality. No, they're women. Oh, hell no, man. And then he had a phone problem and hung up and ran. Told on his ass, too. That one boy came out and said he was 15. He'd been dealing with milk yogurt allegedly, and some other folk on that show since he'd been 13. See, and that's sick. No, the standard we used, the ones we used in the courtroom, when the medical examiner was examining the corpse to establish that the victim of the murder, the homicide, was in fact dead. How do you going to wake the corpse up and ask it if it was male or female? You look at the equipment, it got a dick or it don't have a dick, you know, and that's how you mark it. See, 10 years ago, there was no such thing as fluid gender. We feel a lot of stuff about that now. You know where we feel it? All this confusion about COVID-19. See, about 50 years ago, they started on a program to discredit science, technology, and medical technology and medicine. They had to if they were going to get people to go for this fluid gender nonsense. Now, I always make a point. I'm a ferocious reader. I stay up every night until 5, 6 a.m. in the morning reading. That's when it's quiet, every night.
Mm-hmm.
And I read the research papers. And out of every 100 people that research this, 95 of them don't buy this fluid gender, but 4 of them do. But they had to discredit the medical profession so people would accept the fact that the 5 or 6 out of 100 doctors who practice this kind of thing themselves could give an excuse to excuse what they did by saying it's fluid gender.
Mm.
Gender used to be exactly simultaneous with sex. In fact, the jury charges that I read said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the masculine gender is used in these instructions, you may infer that it also refers to the feminine and the neuter or neutral gender.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have any of this. Well, it's not appropriate. There are 58 genders. Oh, hell, you just trying to indulge yourself. You know, it's your business, but it's your right to get your freak on. But, you know, don't bring that into the real world. And like this new pronoun bullshit, this 9-year-old boy said, I'm a it, I'm a they. So you the royal plural? No, you ain't royalty, boy. Said, I'm a they. So I'm supposed to change English instead of saying they are coming to dinner or he is coming to dinner. I change to say they is coming to dinner. Oh, hell no. And I don't even remember what the hell your little name is. So how in the devil am I going to worry about what your full pronoun is? You either a he, she, or an it. You want to tattoo something different on your forehead, I'm still not going to call you that. And you ain't going to make me. Well, we can be fired. I don't have a job, fool, for you to fire me from. Now, what you going to do? That man thing. You can't make me. And I defy you to come up and try to make me. You get your ass whipped by an old man. You've been taking martial arts for 55 damn years. I will kick your ass bad. And if I'm feeling nice, I won't break too much. And you want to see how foolish that is? Take a book, any book, open it up to any page, pick 2 or 3 paragraphs out of there, and try to convert it into this new personal pronoun nonsense and see how confusing it is. That's only something that would be suggested with a straight face by somebody that's a damn near illiterate fool who doesn't read. A lot of them don't. Toxic masculinity. That's bull, because that's a new phrase. What they call toxic masculinity is actually the absence of masculinity. You know what masculinity is about? It's taking a boy and beating into his head that there's a code of conduct that he will be feeling deeply ashamed and embarrassed about, guilty about, if he doesn't follow it. Now they take, not supposed to feel guilty, not supposed to feel shame, do what you want to do. But you see, that standard is, it's all about making where you live a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, opportunity, ethics, morality, and sense of purpose, making the place that's around you a place filled with public peace, dignity, and order. And it's your job to impose that, even if you got to die for it. It's your job to be trained so that when you get on the goddamn Titanic in the icy waters and you hit the iceberg and this sucker is going down, you're supposed to say, ladies and children, you have my place in the boat.
Yeah.
And I'll go down with the ship. That's rough. You got to work on this boy from him crawling in the crib. Act like a man. Young man, young son, proud of you for acting like a man. Men don't do that. Stop crying, boy. Men don't cry about something like that. Your emotions ain't hurt. That's just a scratch. You're going to be a man, you're going to have to be ready to give up more than that little bit of blood. See, so you put it in. We don't even hear that now. You don't have to be that way. It's okay to be afraid. Yeah, but they don't say anything about overcoming it. The children fled in terror from the intruder. No, they just ran out of there fast because they got told to. Everybody stands around videoing instead of doing something about it. See, that's what masculinity is, doing something about it. You got to take out those fire-breathing Gila monsters that are setting fire to the tunnel so can't anybody see the daylight. That's your job. Because where we grew up, became this species that we are, there was a whole lot that would flatten you. You're going out, you got a summer barbecue. You got to kill something weighs 6,000 pounds for the food. And it's you and your home boys, and you have a long stick with a rock on the end of it. And that's what you're supposed to take this stuff down for. Somebody's got to watch your six and be willing to jump in if you look like you about to get stomped flat by a big beast. See, humans are different than any other predator. All the other predators go after the young, the weak, the sick, the lame, the old. Humans go after the biggest and baddest. That's why we still take trophies. So we didn't compete with the lions. They took the young, the infirm, the ill, and the old, and we got big old jumbo mammoth and took his 18,000-pound self down, and we fed a lot of people. The ladies got more food in by doing the berries and stuff. That's you guys still like to shop. I hate it, can't stand it. But I still have a problem with being told, why don't you just ask somebody where we're going? I'm going to find it. But the GPS is working. I'm going to make this some bitch work here. I'm going to find it. That's because we had to find the game trails before the snow got too thick, find the pass over into the other valley when the food started running low in the one that you were in. And when we got over there, we ran into another tribe. It was meeting up halfway. And now we got to hunt people because they're hunting you because they need to hunt those animals. And the gals need to go over there and gather up the fruits and berries and leaves and shit to eat. So we get wise. The chief over here has got a pretty good looking daughter, and the chief over there has got a young strapping son. So they get married. So now we are all kinfolk. We don't kill each other anymore. And we spread out to the valley on each side because we got a bigger group. Mm-hmm. Now, they forgot what marriage is for. It's all supposed to be about love, nothing about setting up alliances and lasting relationships. And then those other folk get married, get some interesting conundrum. See, if gay folk can get married, man marry man, woman marry man, they can't procreate, right?
You're right, right.
What happens if a mother wants to marry her daughter? Is that incest? Or a sister wants to marry her blood kin sister, or a boy wants to marry his blood kin brother? Is that incest?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a long-standing principle in American and English law. If the reason for the rule ceases to exist, so must application of the rule. The rule against incest is to keep defective children from being born. Yeah. So if you can't have any children born at all, the rule ceases to exist. So why can't a mother marry her daughter or a father marry his son? Now that gets real sick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So let's supposing they have to go down that rabbit hole that they created. Okay, what happens with a straight brother that wants to marry his straight sister, but they promise they'll get sterilized so they can't have children? Can they do that legally? And then somebody else says, well, you let them do it. We don't want to be sterile, equal protection. That means people who are not sterilized can't do what people who are sterilized do. So now you got a big rabbit hole. Seeing all this stuff is going there because they put it in motion. And with due respect, you've got too many justices on the appellate courts who've never practiced people law. We have one justice I'm acquainted with on a certain circuit court of appeals. How she got started? She was married. She sent her husband to law school, had some children. When he got out of law school and started practicing, and he was a favorite golden boy, she went to law school. When she graduated, she was sworn into the bar after taking the bar exam and passing. And 4 days after she's sworn in, she's made a circuit court judge with unlimited jurisdiction. She didn't even know how the rules worked because the first time she'd ever set foot in a courtroom was when she got sworn in as a judge of that courtroom.
Wow.
She didn't know anything. And then Ronald Reagan appointed her a federal judge 18 months after she graduated from law school. She didn't know a thing.
Wow.
Now she sits on a certain court of appeals. She's learned now, but that was 40 years at the expense of the public.
Wow. Wow.
See there? We had a DA. He couldn't be sworn in until the ceremony was held up for 2 hours. You know why? He'd never been to the criminal courthouse, so they had to go find him and bring him there. See, politics, where it's not all about competence, it's about political gain. Pay attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, you ever heard Einstein's definition of insanity?
Doing the same
to
thing.
continue to do something in the same fashion you've done it with the same unsatisfactory result. Black people need to become politically independent. We don't give up a damn vote. We don't give up a nod unless we're getting something for it.
That's right. That's right.
Massa Biden with his low down slave taking ass. That was ridiculous. I heard him. It was either 1972 or 1973. I had been an intern at a think tank and I was going back and forth. And I had a girlfriend lived up there in Dover, Delaware. And when I was out of law school, doing what I'm doing, I'd fly up there. And anyway, I'm out there and I hear this commotion. There's James O. Eastland, Byrd, former Grand Wizard of the Klan, Faubus, Arkansas governor who stood in the doorway, and Eisenhower had to send the 101st down there to get him out the doorway so these black kids could go to Little Rock High School. Wallace was wheeling himself around, and John B. Stennis was there, and they introduced this person they said is the latest of the true, quote, yellow dog Democrats, the last, the newest, and best hope for the Dixiecrats. And he got up there and said, black children, Negro children are roaches. And if you let them integrate schools, they will infest them and you will never get them out. Said Negroes are animals and they turn our streets into jungles. Senator Eastland and I, if I am elected to join him, we will put these Negroes in zoos and make the streets safe. And it wasn't the 94 crime bill that was the bad one. The 91 one was worse. The 87 was even worse than that. The 81 was the real poison. One rock gets you 5 years. 10 rocks, $60 worth of rock will get you the same time as $20,000 worth of 1 kilo of powder coat. And then there was the 77 Act that he was in. That was pure poison too. The rules of procedure changed around. I was talking about that earlier, where sometimes you don't have a chance in the federal system and they can run you ragged on purpose, even if they don't think they can get a conviction, so they can bankrupt you and you won't be a threat anymore.
Wow.
That's all him. So what has he ever done for us? Well, he apologized. God damn. I'm so sick of hearing that. Criminals. Well, I apologize, Your Honor. It's too late, son. Judge, I can't do that so much time, son. Just do the best you can. See, most of the people, they have some innocent people in the penitentiaries, but most of them aren't. And they did not get there playing Robin Hood. They ripped off their neighbors. And see, some of this violence that we have is suicide. They don't have the nerve to pop the cap, so they will commit suicide by a cop, or even worse, by one of their neighbors. They will try to provoke somebody to do them the favor of taking their own life. And they'll kill people in the process. They don't give a damn about themselves. They don't give a damn about you. They have been bad-mouthed, talked about, and everything. That N-word I hate. Nobody was calling anybody the N-word by the end of the 60s because we all made a compact, knock whoever says it out. Black, white, brown, red, yellow. Put them on the ground. We were violent then. But then in the early 70s, some of those sisters that were in the projects, and when I was the public defender, I'd have to go down there because half my white staff was scared to go. So I go down there and I walk into a small kitchen and there's 5 women in there. One of them's 13. What's she doing in there? Well, hell, she's one of the mother of one of the 2 children running around in there. Okay, then there's a 14-year-old. She's got 3 babies running around in this kitchen. There's the 17-year-old and the 19-year-old who is the client, and they got 8 or 9 kids running around there. They're filthy. They got snot dried all over their faces, food caked all over the front of their clothes. They stink to high heavens. Their behinds haven't been wiped. They haven't had a bath in 3 weeks. And the woman there, and they go, little Nick, get my cigarettes, you little Ian. Just like your no good dog ass Ian daddy. Go get my cigarettes, boy. Bring me a beer, fool. Why you talk to your child like that? Because he ain't worth blah, 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 blah. And you see, 10 years later, 1986, that kid's not 16, 17, not 6 or 7. He's 16, 17. 1990s, he's 26, 27. The first decade, he's in his 30s, 40s. Now he's 50 something. And you see, what's happened is this girl in there talking 19, she's got 5 kids in there. When did you have your first child? 12. Now, you get the absurd situation. I had this in my courtroom in 1994. I had a 57-year-old woman in there on drug and felony drug and theft charges. That's number 1. That's the matriarch, 57. I had a 43-year-old daughter in there. That's daughter. Daughter was born when mama was 14. That was her second oldest child. 43-year-old daughter, get this, had a 34-year-old daughter. That's granddaughter, the first one. The 43-year-old had this 34-year-old daughter 1 week shy of her 10th birthday. The 34-year-old daughter had a 21-year-old daughter. That's mother, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter for the 21-year-old. 21-year-old had an 11-year-old girl. That's mother, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, great-great-granddaughter. All right. The 11-year-old is pregnant with her second child. So that's mother, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, great-great-granddaughter, great-great-great-granddaughter. I got the 21-year-old back in about 14 months. She's 23 now on a probation violation. The 57-year-old was 59. The 23-year-old's daughter was 13 with 3 children.
Wow.
The 59-year-old, I'm eyeballing her. She's got to see me every 2 weeks with these forms filled out. They had been tracking her family. On this one particular week, she had 342 lineal descendants. 2 weeks later, she had 358. Now, by the time I retired, the last time I saw this woman, she's still breathing air. She's got 3,400 lineal descendants, out of which I had more than 120 in my courtroom. And one of these guys was 29 years old, and he had 67 babies that he wasn't paying 1 dime in child support from. He had a 79 IQ, but he thought he was all this and that. And another one had 46, 47 children, and another one had 39, and none of them are 30 years old. And every single boy in the family at that point in time had done penitentiary time before they got 23 years old. So, increase exponentially. By the time I checked back, my predecessor had kept up with this one woman, and he said, you know how many women, children, this boys and girls this woman's got? And how many? She's got 57,000 lineal descendants, and she's still breathing air. Now, see, we don't think about that. Those are some of the problems we have to cure. Now, I'm all for rah, we can do it. But to be frank, what are you going to do? People want solutions. So if you want solutions, you have to figure out what the problem is. Sometimes you might not want to hear about the problem. Remember, that's what old time preachers used to do. They used to preach about the evil of sin. Now they don't talk about sin. It's just belief. You can be the worst sinner in hell, and you won't get to hell. You'll get to heaven if you believe. But you see, there's no incentive not to do anything.
Mm.
Another client I had, last one I had before I took the bench, mentor of mine who was a judge said, Joe, could you take this case, please? Let me appoint you, because he's giving these female public defenders I have grief. So I got the case. Oh, Lawyer Brown, man, I'm so glad I heard you got my case. Yeah, let's talk about this. I'm reading the files. Before we go anywhere, how the hell did you manage to try to hold up a Circle K at about noon with 5 marked squad cars parked around? Well, Lawyer Brown, man, it's like this, man. I was walking down the street. I ain't got no cheddar in my pocket, man. There's just said, man, I know they's got some money. They got that lunch crowd up in there. So I goes back, to the projects. I dig up my hardware, man. I had it in a plastic bag with some WD-40 in there, man. Buried it behind the dumpster, man. And I dug it up. I went back, pulled it out, said, it's going down, let it hit the ground. And all these police jump out of nowhere, threw me on the wall, beat my ass, didn't even read me my rights. Did you make a statement? No. Well, you've been through this before, so you know that doesn't make any damn thing. They should have beat your dumb ass for jumping in there. Why didn't you look? Well, it don't make no difference, Lawyer Brown. What's writ is writ. You mean like in the big book? Yeah, that big book. It's already writ. Well, why didn't you resist the temptation? What you think urges is fault, Lawyer Brown, but to put in motion what's writ. Now, these people are foolish enough to start talking about you need to make these sentences harder, so these conditions of confinement, so they won't want to commit crime. Well, that's not the point. You can keep somebody in a palace, but if he's a real man or a woman, you bent him out of shape because somebody restricted his or her liberty. And these folk don't give a damn because they think like slaves. It's written in the book. So you go in and hold up a place, broad daylight, with 7 cops in it. 5 marked squad cars parked around it, and you too dumb to realize what that means.
Yeah, tell you.
We need a man up.
Man up. Man up. There's not enough men manning up.
No, they're not. Too much slave is coming out. In fact, this whole sex thing we got going wrong is like saying plantation sex. Knock the girl up, she gets a bigger check. You ain't got any responsibility, don't care. It's just, boy, go out there and knock some of them wenches up. I need some more cattle to sell. We got a load we need to take down to New Orleans to move. I need some more money, boy. Go on and get you some. I'll give you permission. Don't get that cute high yellow one. That's mine. She a bit stenchy now. I'm going to take care of that. Get her washed up. I'm going to knock that chair out. You can have her after I get through. That's how it works. So you know what one of our problems is? The cities have turned into plantations, but the Negroes have no crops to pick. And you got a whole bunch of so-called colored leaders trying to be plantation overseers on a plantation with nothing to grow.
That's true.
The Black Caucus is useless. They're surrogates for the rainbow.
What about the NAACP? NAAP? You know.
It depends on the chapter. I know some that are effective and some that are worthless. I say that. I'm a life member. I did that years ago. It used to be worth something, but now it's gotten, what is the term, too boule. It's a club now rather than an instrument dedicated to advancing black people. Now, the Jews were always behind the NAACP. In fact, two of the 3 founders were Jewish, a female and a male, and W.E.B. Du Bois, the only black man, he wound up resigning, saying he was a fraud. And the theory see, Jews caught hell about that time too. So the theory is if you couldn't do it to a Negro, you couldn't do it to a Jew.
Mm-hmm.
So we would stand as surrogates for them, so they would protect us to protect themselves. Thurgood Marshall came up with a good idea dealing with civil rights, and there weren't any laws to go with then. So you know what laws they took? The ASPC laws,
The dog,
American
animal.
Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The theory is if you couldn't do it to a dog, you couldn't do it to a Negro, and if you couldn't do it to a Negro, you couldn't do it to a Jew.
Mm.
Ain't that cold?
Mm. Wow, that's
Now,
deep.
uh, here's what it is. Some chapters are doing stuff. It depends upon their leadership. Some are nothing.
Mm. You brought up something about child support. What is your take on a man that constantly don't want to do it, but he says because you put the white man involved in it, but they don't
Punk
typically.
ass, lying, excusing dog. He is not manned up. I
Okay.
mean, you can hate the woman, but support your children. Now, I never missed a child support payment. I always paid in advance, direct payment into her account, and I always paid much more than I was ordered to pay. Now, let me say this. You want the really bad part about it?
Mm-hmm.
And I say this reference judicial conferences, 30 years worth of them. You have to go get 16 unit hours every year if you want to keep your law license. If you were a judge, you could get it through the judicial conference, and we'd keep up on the law so we would run our courtrooms right, okay? Every year we got into the stats of which demographics were best and worst about paying child support. You know what demographic paid theirs more regularly and on time than any other in the United States of America? What ethnic group?
Black.
Yes. That's why Jesse Jackson said that N needs his balls cut off when that fake Obama was saying at a group of mostly white people on Father's Day in downtown Chicago at the arena. He said, "My brothers, we're the worst in the country at paying our child support. We need to get it together and man up, not man up, and do the man thing and pay our child support." And he said he needs his balls cut off. I know Jesse Jackson, Reverend, knew that because he sat next to me on an airplane for 4.5 hours flying up there from LA 3 weeks before, and we were discussing it. And he already knew that. Black men pay their child support more regularly than any other group. So you can imagine how bad it is for everybody else. And we've got bad exemplars. But you see, we have men and women that think like slaves. And some people are very insecure in their masculinity. You can tell them, you know how? They got all these outside babies. They think that fecundity or fertility shows their manhood when actually it's taking care of responsibilities, not just dropping babies like you on a slave plantation so
Mm-hmm.
you can increase masses, livestock herds of two-legged African cattle. And by the way, a lot of this stuff you saw about over concern about black folk, it's like animals. It's like, oh my God, the tiger used to be king of the jungle, but now no more. He's endangered. Humans have endangered him. The polar bears, they are so hard pressed because the ice caps are melting. Mother elephant and calf have one of the closest bonds in the natural world. And oh my God, the lions are in jeopardy. They're an endangered species. And poor Al, he's been chained in the backyard through the cold winter and he knows no love. Consent 1995 to ASPCA so Al can get love. Subaru, we have had 250,000 homeless pets who have been adopted join us so we can send some more. Well, we have to do something about these Afro biped cattle that were brought over here and then turned loose into the wild to run feral. We must save them. And oh my God, these police are killing them off and everything. We have to save them. Goddamn, I don't need your little punk ass, little vanilla cupcake, spoiled, pampered poodle ass to save me. Just get the hell out of my way. With a little few chocolate sprinkles into the mix. We're mad. You've got to stop killing all of these. What do we call you these days? Oh, yeah. All of them. You know, it's really got bad. Do you recall a single take your son to work week?
Daughter to work, yeah. Son or daughter to work, yeah. I remember that.
No, they don't. Take your daughter to work.
Daughter, yeah, your daughter to work, yeah.
50 years. Never your son. See, you know where this has gotten to? The Defense Department even did some papers on this. For the first 20 years of this century, it turns out that on average, with all races and ethnicities combined in the pot, on average, typically only 28% of each year's high school graduates are male. Only 32% of each year's college undergrads are male. Only 36% of each year's college grad students are male. And worst off, only 44% of the workforce is male. Next thing, and this is really freaky, for kids 18 to 25, there are more boy virgins 18 to 25 than girl virgins. The boys can't even get laid. They don't know how. The girls are all giving it to the same few. And then they tell them, oh, you need an orgasm. You've been hanging around with your homeboys or your homegirls been hanging around with homegirls. So if you two decide to be lovers, you can have orgasms. You don't have to go through the changes you go through trying to deal with boys and girls 101 A and B. Cute, real cute. But they ain't Jedi yet. Next question.
Well, it's a statement. It's not much of a question. It's more of
statement.
Okay, here's the thing.
They don't like me. Okay.
It's okay. We've been like having some issue with some men not arguing with women, but more the disrespect. It's a lot of disrespect. Men are not cherishing women like they used to.
They aren't taught to. They don't have fathers around or father substitutes. Some men want to be fathers, but circumstances and the ex prevent them from being good fathers. I tell them, if you can't be fathers for the ones you love, be fathers for the many. So maybe it will pass on to yours in spite of everything. But see, they don't get anybody giving a man training. There's nobody showing them how to work with girls. They just get one side of it. They're dogs and they're the N-word and everything else. And they ain't worth a dog shit and all this other stuff. And they hate their mamas because the mamas have wrecked them or let them grow like weeds. So, they got too much girl in them. And they don't know how to deal with girls. Okay. They go incel. Those crazy fools that can't get laid, so they blame women, so they want to kill the women. Damn fools. I love women. See, no matter how ignorant, stupid, argumentative you get, I'll still die for you behind, even if I can't stand your ass. I'll still die for you because that's the man's thing. I'll give up my seat in the damn lifeboat, but that's just the way I roll. But these days, we get this feminist resentment that they spread amongst the black women. And here's the thing. Okay, let me tell you what that's about.
Okay.
You've got a nice gig. You're moving up the executive track. You got this beautiful condo and enough ducats to decorate it tastefully. So you are up on the second floor of your townhouse condo. You've got a glass of Chablis, a nice novel, and you're smiling because you're going to ace this 9:30 presentation to all of the people that count in your corporate entity that you work for. And you didn't finish the whole glass, so you put it on the nightstand and you turn the lights off after checking to make sure the alarm clock is set. And you doze off. But about 3:17 in the morning, you are awakened, startled, because you heard some glass break down on the first floor. Mm-hmm. Now, would you rather have a competent man laying next to you who you can send down there, or who better still would feel obligated to go without anything being said to it, who would be capable of dealing with a threat? Yes. Or do you have one anyway, and you would be hiding him under the bed to protect him? Or are you there bare-assed with your nightie on and there's nobody down there to go and deal with it but you? You see, all that shit about women are equal to men, that just goes right out the goddamn window. And see, that's even the wrong equation. Men and women are not equal. Nope. They are of equal value, but they do different things. And that goes to these trans fools competing against women in women's sports. When the hell did it become a fair proposition to make women's sports unfair for women because some sick boy who can't cut it as a man wants to put on a bra and a wig and claim he's a girl? And then they talk about we need a translate. No, hell no. Bottom line is, if you can't make the varsity, sit your ass in the stands and cheer like everybody else does. And we don't need your ass trying to play girl cheerleader in a drag queen setup either. High kicking, play the boy cheerleader and catch the soft booties when they do the twist up in there. Yeah, that's cool. Squeeze, squeeze. I didn't mean to do that by accident. I'll tell you what a friend of mine said. She's 67 years old. She said, Joe, he said, my whole life I've been figuring out how to get my nails tastefully done. I go to the gym and work out. I have the same body I had when I was 29. And I keep my hair done right, none of this weave shit in it. And I keep my complexion cool. I dress appropriately. And I'm trying to attract a man's eye. Now these goddamn feminists have got all the men I've been working hard to catch. They're trying to scare them off. What the hell's wrong with these fools?
Ooh.
If you've seen the shit they passed around the net, they got this school teacher in the first grade showing the animation on how to masturbate. Why are you teaching 6-year-olds how to masturbate? Can you see it? Jonathan, do your homework, Jonathan. Mama, I'm tired. Do your homework, Jonathan. Practice makes perfect. Mama, I've done it 6 times. It's kind of sore now. I don't want to do it anymore. I mean, damn. Hey.
Wow. It's terrible.
Reality check time. Now, And by the way, they've been co-opting our shit for so long, man. They wanted to have black. They've been saying for Black History Month, February, they're trying to co-opt that to Gay Achievement Month, and this was supposed to be Black Music Month. Now it's Gay Pride Month. They already co-opted March for that shit. So what the hell? My thing, I'm sorry, you have the thing, but you know what? I've been waiting in this line a long ass time. Take your ass to the back and wait your damn turn.
Wow. Judge, did you hear about the
Did Master Biden's, what's that? Go ahead.
I was saying, did you hear about the 7-year-old that was charged with rape in New York?
He used the device. Question is, can a 7-year-old get it up? See, you can have rape by artifact. What do you do? Stick a screwdriver in somebody, or, in some states, they got schools that are bootlegging these instructions to the kids on, check this out, how to go into a Walgreens or a CVS and buy those temporary credit cards, and you can load cash on them. And they give these kids this thing, so don't tell your mama or your dad, and they tell them how to get on these adult toy sites and how to use these cards and buy these toys and what lubricants they should have, or hell, it comes down, if you can't get away with that, go to the grocery store and they give you the right size cucumbers to get, and what kind of hair conditioning you can get for a lubricant, and how, check this out, for the boys, so they can practice using them as butt plugs, so when they have their first anal experience, it won't hurt. What in the hell is going wrong with this bunch?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They get to teach this to the kids. Can the straight folk come in and say what they're teaching you, boy, is wrap your lips around the wee-wee and get one rammed up the poo-poo?
So do they have to get the parents' permission for that?
No, they don't. They can't opt out. They do not have to tell the parents.
Wow.
That's what's crazy about it. You're getting it rammed down their throats, literally. We are. They said, come in and screw you. We've taken over, so now we're going to change the laws. We're going to prosecute. Oh, you heard that part. The prosecution of congressmen and senators who said on the floor that the election was a fraud. Well, hell, right here in Memphis, Shelby County. 2004, 2006, 2008, and then later on, under 3 presidential administrations, the Justice Department has said the voting machines, the deballed voting machines we have here, are hopelessly corrupted. We haven't had a fair election since 2000. It's a selection, not an election. California used to use them, and they got so disgruntled they dumped theirs in the ocean, as did Hawaii. California put out a pamphlet on how to hack them. All you need is a cell phone, and the codes are published. And guess what? After the feds put the money up in 2008, the county commission kept refusing to pass a resolution to replace the deball machines until they got threatened by a lawsuit. Then they bought them, but you know where they've been? They've been in a warehouse for the last 4 election cycles, wherein the corrupt machines were used. So that included the last presidential cycle. Now understand, 3 separate administrations have visited this place with the Justice Department and found they're so hopelessly corrupted that no software change is going to do anything. They have to be ditched. So they've had new ones 4 election cycles and haven't used them. What do you call that? But Associated Press said there was no cheating.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Okay. I think I got most of my questions on here.
Well, see, one other thing about this trannies in sports. Well, the way this thing really got kicked over was a matter of fundamental fairness. See, boys could get athletic scholarships and go to school without having to pay, all right? Well, if the boys had the opportunity to get an athletic scholarship, why couldn't the girls get girls' athletics so they could get a scholarship too? So they got that. And this gets personal with me. I'll tell you why. A couple of years ago, I was at a Lowe's discount hardware outlet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting out in the car, and some young lady says, Uncle Joe, Uncle Joe. So I looked over, and there was this very beautiful young lady. She looked like she was about 18 or 19, but she had her shoulder jacked up in this big cast with a strut going down and strapped around her waist so it was immobilized. So I realized I hadn't seen her since she was about 10 or 11, but her grandfather had been telling me how great she was in martial arts. But I said, what happened to you, baby? She said, well, I got an athletic scholarship. It was to a major university, but she was doing women's wrestling, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said, before the COVID-19, this is before COVID-19 hit, but she had been required to wrestle this boy. She said, I'm not going to wrestle him. He'll kill me. She said, they told me I'd lose my scholarship and the team would forfeit that if I didn't. So they had a second drag queen on this team, and her teammate, a girl, had to wrestle this guy, and she got three cracked ribs and a fractured jaw out of it and lost 2 teeth. Okay. My friend's granddaughter got a compound fracture of her arm. That's when the bone comes through the skin. And she had to get 3 operations, and she was telling me how bad it hurt. She couldn't sleep at night unless she took the medication. She couldn't sleep with this thing. She had to sleep propped up. How she was worried about getting addicted to the drugs, and how when she took the drugs, she couldn't concentrate on her homework. And when she didn't, she couldn't go to sleep. It hurt so bad. So she was crying, and I tried to comfort her. But see, that's wrong for that to happen. I always got raised, boys are stronger than girls, so we should never hit them.
Mm-hmm.
But here you are letting these little punks come in there and beat up on these girls, and they can't handle the boys. They had something on there the other night. This clown won the women's weightlifting championship, collegiate women. This is a dude. And this dude can't get up a snatch but 200 pounds. I'm going, hell, I can do that. And I'm 70 something. Wasn't much of a competition. But they shouldn't allow that. They just need to go see a shrink or sit their ass up in the stands and cheer like everybody else. Rah, rah, rah. More.
Well, Judge, I'm just going to have them to call in to see, take about 5 questions on the call in. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's do the call in. All right, those that want to call in at 470-444-9557. 470-444-9547. 57. Did I say the right number? I don't think I said the right number.
I don't know.
470-444-1957. 470-444-1957. 1957, Don.
I was 10 years old.
Huh? You're not too tired, are you?
477-1957. I said I was 10 years old.
You was 10 years old.
477-1957. I know you weren't.
I wasn't
born. You bona fide LTYJ.
Ask
Ask me what that means.
What does that mean?
A bona fide, luscious, tender, young, juicy.
Okay.
And I'm old school. I don't play by this modern thing. I didn't intend to insult you or overstep my bounds, but what the hell? I appreciate good-looking women. I like to groom. Yeah, man, she was fine.
I'm blushing now. I'm blushing. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, there you go, baby. Pink up them cheeks. Yeah, Play that little fine peach thing. Yeah, there you go.
You see, you made me forget what I'm saying. Okay.
You're taking calls.
You just
And it
reached
was
the infamous
477
Sylvia.
1957.
You just reached the infamous Sylvia show. How may I help you?
What was the one of the main reasons that you think they started softening people up, that taking the masculinity out? Like, like what was that, to take the warrior class out, like you say all the time, or what you think?
No, it's not taking the warrior class out. It was some women that hated men, they were lesbians. Some women that hated the fact that they weren't men, those are the feminists. Some soy boys that hated that they couldn't compete against real men, and the gay boys that were scared of men. And then the anti-war bunch that thought masculinity caused wars, so they did not want men to be men. They were going to destroy the institution. And oh, by the way, they're still praying that they'll come up with effective cloning so they won't even need men to get the sperm from us. Really sick.
I wanted to know, and I'll be on them like use some of them YouTube. Why do the gay dudes think that this really ain't an agenda? Why they think like this we just want to be like this, and they really can't really see that it's really an agenda that's really being out. I ain't never seen so much rainbow stuff in my life. I'm 40 years old. I didn't even know nothing about no rainbow stuff till I started watching YouTube. And I'm like, what the?
Skittles.
They got a gay
because look,
a police car with the rainbow pride stickers all over it.
Okay. Going on 90 years ago, there were goose-stepping, jackboot-wearing fascists going Sieg Heil to a swastika. We've got pink panty-wearing fascists that switch and twitch. They took over the media 50 years ago. They've been propagandizing the people. They've taken control of the government. And now they're trying to get you to stiff arm salute the rainbow flag. And instead of reading Mein Kampf, which means my journey, they're trying to get you to read Mein Übergang, or my conversion. And the Nazis, the fascists, had about 7 or 8 years to run their propaganda that they modeled on the American movie industry. The people over here have been running this for more than 50 years. They wanted to take over. The meek shall inherit the earth. No, the weak shall inherit the earth. Starting here. And the thing of it is guess what the People's Republic of China started this year? A Man Up campaign.
It'd be bigger than any parade you ever seen.
See, you know what's so weird? These kids 18 to 25, they have more boy versions than girl versions. Ain't that a shame? They ain't even getting laid.
Wow.
I don't even think they thinking about it, because they jeans are skinnier than the women. I think they thinking about.
They got girled up. They got girled up.
But I ain't gonna hold
you touch with their softer feminine side.
You're welcome. Okay. He said, thank you for taking the call.
Thank you.
Okay, next caller. We have 4 more, right? Oh. Next caller, 470-444-1957. Is this the time to call me?
477-1957. I memorize it. See, 477-1957.
It's 444-1957. 470.
1957. 44-7, 1957.
444. 1957.
That's easy enough. 447. I was born in 1947. 447, 1957.
Oh, 1957. Okay.
447, 1957.
Hello, you've just reached the infamous Sylvie Show. How may I help you?
How you doing? It's Spitting Fire. How you doing?
Hey, Spitting Fire.
How you doing?
I'm good.
I have a question for the judge.
He's listening.
I do. I really have a question. Okay. Do you
I'm
think
listening.
that the LGBT is behind the media?
Yes, they took it over.
And if so,
As a matter of fact, I
think
was on the Oscar and Emmy boards.
what is the agenda behind
The
that?
agenda is to propagandize the public. They took it over about 1970, 71, 72 because of the things I ran down earlier. That was part of their 25, 50, and 75-year plan. What is happening is they have an agenda that they've been slowly pushing. I'll give you an example. The Oscars and the Emmys, they're frauds. If you want to find out who's going to win, if you go to the LGBTQ site, you can find out a week beforehand, and the Oscars and the Emmys are awarded to those who have had either sustained contributions to the establishing the gay cause, to coming up with some novel method of portraying gayness in an acceptable fashion. For example, Best Picture of the Year not long ago was up between Hurt Locker, which was a miserably poor war movie, and Avatar, at that time, the biggest box office hit in Hollywood history. James Cameron, who was a real guy, who was an oceanographer, big badass dude who did work for the Navy. He did documentaries to raise money for his oceanography. Second deepest dive in the world, went down 34,000 feet into the Marianas Trench in a submersible all by himself without any other crew. All right, badass. And they gave the the Oscar to his wife, ex-wife. Why? Because she divorced him. And two, she came out the closet. So they were rewarding her. And the week before they had the Oscars, they were announcing it on LGBTQ site that she was going to win. So I found that out because I was on the Oscar and Emmy boards, and they'd have these little funny stop sign shake things that were yellow with pink and green borders around them instead of being red and white. So out of curiosity, I clicked on one of them, and it was a link to the LGBTQ site, and it was telling you who the hell was going to wind up winning the Oscars because it was a fix.
Okay.
So that's what they do. They have an agenda, and the awards are doled out based on
with Sylvia. And after my research and everything about the LGBT, I often would speak on how not only are they with the media, but how did they use people to persuade people against their religion, as far as turning people against the priests with not that it didn't happen, but with the accusation and actually overdoing with the priests, with the little boys and things of that nature. And I was thinking
they were conditioning you to pedophilia.
Was a plot to try to separate people from their faith, to support their agenda. To say, hey,
look. LGBT. Listen, ma'am, hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
I think I can answer your question.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Go ahead.
Where you're getting to is this. See, LGBT claims that 8 or 9 out of every 10 people in Hollywood are them. All right. So I can verify that. Actors, producers, directors, bosses, they're gay or lesbian or bisexual or transvestite, trans. So yeah, they've been pushing this agenda, and Hollywood's not all about money. It's about the agenda. They push it, push it, push it. And the secret to understanding propaganda is if you say it long enough, loud enough, often enough, you can get anyone to believe it, even if it's an outright lie. Tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and often enough, you can get anybody to believe it. So nobody has the opportunity to present anything except them. They put these movies up, television programs up. They have their own closed circle. They don't get out in the real world. They're in a luxury hotel lounge, sitting on a leather upholstered sofa, sipping Chablis, nibbling cheese and crackers, and talking about, oh, Oscar, don't you think, my good friends, you know that it's getting so savage out there? Do you have any idea what's causing that? No, William, I'm just nonplussed. I just don't know. What is it? And see, the guys are talking. When you see them, yeah, man, Earl, we got to really make a move, man. Are we ready to hit this? Let's roll, man. You know, and they're playing the badass adventurer on the action hero genre. And that's how they talk when they're not on stage.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, thank you.
And they get initiated. They do the casting couch. It's still alive and well, but it's not boy and girl. It's boy and boy and girl and girl.
They're both talking at the same time.
Later about my censorship rights that you taken away from me.
I didn't take your censorship rights away from you.
That's because I usually
think you should have your censorship rights. Or your
that's because I usually stop them from saying certain things, and I let you say it all night.
Well, I'm me. I'm not you. You got to call in and listen. I'm the badass comes in, and I talk this way because I'm building up a rating, so you can get irate and get on her next week and come in and listen and try to run that on her. You see, I'm using it in context. I'm quoting somebody. Don't you dare get in the courtroom and start saying MF yourself. But if you say he said this, then you can quote exactly what you heard. See, I'm using it in that context. I said these women sitting around, young women sitting in the kitchen, smoke filled, cigarette in one hand, 16 ounce of Old English 800 in the other, and all the kids running around starting and saying this. See, that's what I'm saying. Although I did say I'd be an old man and I might, you know, anyway. Oh, not bad.
All right, next caller.
And it's after dark. It's after 10.
It's after 10.
After 10, I get to doing this Joe After Dark.
Joe After Dark, okay.
By the way, I got a barbecue line. It's called Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. You be the judge. I've been the judge, and it's some good Q. We have sauces. We have regular OG sauce and hot sauce. We've got seasonings.
So what's OG sauce?
OG, well, spicy, but not too hot. Okay. The hot is hot.
It's hot. Okay.
I like it that way.
You have something
we do chicken links. Yeah, well, not sweet and spicy. None of it's sweet. More mustard vinegar. We have chicken links, and we're going to do this Beyond Beef stuff for beef links. So if you are a vegan, you can get happy. We have recipes. We've already shot some things on how to actually do ribs, shoulder, brisket, stuff like that. How to do baked beans with the seasoning and coleslaw with the seasoning, even some special greens that, you know, we show you how to pick those real quick. We ain't like Granny talking stuff, you know, so she's trying to pass the time. And if you're in Los Angeles, you can get this right now at D's Original Takeout Grill. It's on 79th and Western on the corner, down in the hood in South Central, and is good. This is Chef Damon. He does a lot of catering for the stars. but his head screwed on right. He's a great guy. He's one hell of a cook.
So those that's in Los Angeles, you just heard him, is there at, what's the name of the restaurant?
D's Original Takeout Grill. D as in Delta. Now, we will be offering this stuff through Kroger, Walmart, Anderson's, and you'll be able to get it online. It's not going to be operative for another month. And the website, don't use it now, but it's Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. So it will be jjbbbq.com, but the site is not up. So don't play ignorant on me and go calling up, building up traffic, and get frustrated when it says this is a non-operative site. We've reserved it. But anyway, there you go.
So when will it be in the stores?
Not too long from now, I'm hoping. We're working on it, and we get the chicken links done at the only USDA certified black operation in the whole state of California.
Okay.
We may even move to halal meat. We're also seeking patents on some designs I've come up with barbecue cookers, so you can do this the right way. You'll be able to, whether or not you where you live, use wood and charcoal, or you have to use propane, gas, or electricity. We'll put these things up so you can put it on, leave it for 6, 7, 8 hours, go to work, and you will have a barbecue when you get back that won't be burnt. I'll show you how to do it. Vitamin Q.
Thank you for calling Infamous Sylvia. So how may I help you?
Hi, Sylvia.
Hi.
My name is Coretta.
Hi, Coretta.
I'm calling because I have a question, you and the judge.
Okay.
So in the case with R. Kelly, I heard him speak about propaganda, and I heard him speak on agendas. My question for the both of you is this. Cases that we have been seeing played out, that we know that is not true, or we know that this is injustice. We know that he is through his due process. We know that his civil rights have been violated countlessly. What
do you?
Agenda
do you
both think that they're trying to spin the narrative on legally? Because legally, none of this is law that they're doing. Well,
it's law.
Their agenda, the way they're spinning it. Some of this is double jeopardy. Some of this is outlandish. And so only take on any of this is that.
Okay, what's your question?
He wants to know what's your question.
My
what's your question?
What does he see? And even you, what do you see the agenda really is? That the agendas really are that they're trying to.
Well, I don't. Look, let me say this.
Even the jurors.
That's what your question is.
Because of the mere fact that the case has already
you're
been.
Giving us an editorial.
Everything has been just spun out of control as far as law. The
okay, no,
law.
it hasn't been spun out of control.
Hold on. He's answering. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm answering. I haven't seen anything spin out of control on the law. But as I mentioned at the very beginning, we will see what happens when we get the outcome, which is, can they prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, exercising due process? If they can't, they won the case. If not, he walks. I would make this observation. One of the arguments is that the women in question were legal, but the problem is in some of the states, the legality turned on them being over 14 or 13. And the problem is whether that's legal or not. You're stepping on thin ice when you're in your 40s and you are saying, okay, I slept with a 14-year-old, but it was legal. See, so that's thin ice territory. They have the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt he is in fact guilty as charged, or as might be one of the lesser included offenses. So what Yoda say? No, Obi-Wan, patience is a great virtue, Padawan. Let us await the outcome of these proceedings instead of speculating. We'll see how it goes.
So basically, this is all speculation until...
No, they had to have probable cause to get a grand jury to indict.
Okay.
So grand juries in 3 separate states and in 2 federal jurisdictions have returned indictments. So he's got pending federal cases, which are essentially racketeering. I believe the allegations are that he had his bodyguards and others solicit these girls and bring them to where he was. So they crossed the state lines. That becomes Mann Act, which we talked about earlier, that they set up the FBI to develop grounds for getting the legislation. It became the Mann Act, and they were trying to get Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight fighter, who had a white wife, and they didn't like that. So, yeah, let's see what happens. You've got 3 states and 2 federal jurisdictions that have had 5 grand juries at least find probable cause to hold charges against him. So he's standing trial. Let's see if they can meet their burden of proof while preserving due process for Mr. R. Kelly so he gets a fair trial. Then we'll see.
That he will, being that the media has been so outspoken and so terroristic when it comes to his name.
Let's put it this way.
Brand.
Let's put it this way. The media's done what they've done, but also the media has pretty much forwarded some of his lawyers' propaganda that's counter propaganda. So one side, you got Villain, who's been dealing with these young girls, and the other side, he hasn't done anything. What he did was totally legal. Well, let's see if the state can prove the case. Now, that's one of the bad things when you start howling for the guilt or innocence of somebody. You start tainting the jury pool, and you start bringing mob justice into play. We need to stop, other than showing concern for a just outcome.
Question, they're trying to use improper, I'm going to say this, improper language when it comes to
what, such as what?
Questions.
Such as what?
Such as what?
Such as all of those questions that they have in place where it states where just the jury questionnaire itself, if you go look at it, it has loopholes in that for the government.
What do you mean loopholes?
To come back and what I'm trying to say is that some of those questions need to be changed. That the government is putting out there for the jury to give an answer.
Jury questionnaires?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a pretty good way of getting a jury, because depending upon what the jurors answer individually, if you are a good defense lawyer and you are skilled and experienced, you can pretty much use those to help you select the jury. I know that as the administrative law judge for Shelby County, the state of Tennessee's criminal courts here in Memphis, I got a crew put together to come up with a 26-page questionnaire when it came down to murder first charges And I felt that was necessary because some of the lawyers just were incompetent when it came to selecting a jury. Some welcomed those things and said, wow, what a godsend. Look what we can do with them. And others, what's this supposed to be for? So a jury questionnaire is going to have to be developed during what they call the voir dire process. That'll be on the record. The sample of it is going up, and assuming there is any kind of fundamental fairness in the appeal, we'll see. But right now, they've got him in 3 different states and 2 federal jurisdictions. So at least one of them. Let's see. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. There was another call coming in, but it was another person on. Caller, you can call.
I can't hear when the person's on the phone.
You can't hear him?
I can hear some of it. But I
Okay.
can't tell if
I'll put it closer. Okay.
Talking. I don't mean to talk over anybody.
You call the Infamous Sylvia Show. How may I help you?
What up, Sylvia? It's Dom.
Hey, Dom.
How's it going, Judge Joe Brown?
How are you, sir?
I just had a couple questions for you, man. What is your take on the T.I. and Tiny case, if you've been following it?
This is work. This is what I did for 50 bloody years, and I, don't try to do any extra work. Sometimes it's interesting. And I have learned, as I mentioned a couple hours ago, very seldom do I find or recall what the newspapers or the TV shows said went on in a case matching what came out during testimony and evidence in the trial. So I don't know.
Okay, so basically,
I just sort of, since it's not my particular business and I'm not getting paid to preside over it, I say, let's await the outcome of the trial. Patience is a great virtue. Let's see what happens when the smoke clears.
Okay.
Or is somebody going to cop out?
Okay. And also too, I feel like it's pretty like prevalent now in the entertainment industry for like a lot of, I'm not being specific with any particular person, but for entertainers, a lot of black entertainers to be, 30, 40 years later to be charged, or even, 10, 15 years later for, quote unquote accusers to come out and make these statements about these people. Why do you think that is?
That's because you've encouraged witch hunting of men. We bought into it. You elected bastards and put them in offices right now who are pushing that agenda and trying to change the laws around to make it even. So be careful who you vote for. Don't vote for anybody that's going to come up with something that's harmful to you. We've got too much emotionalism and too little objectivity now being interjected into all of the systems. You've got a federal situation here where this last week, the deputy director of the FBI said he was bringing in the CIA and the NSA to investigate congressmen and senators who've been denying that there was a fair election in their speeches on the House floor. Well, one thing, that's violating their civil rights to free speech. Second thing, the Constitution says there's absolute immunity to anything said on the House or Senate floor. So you got an FBI agent saying he's going to violate the Constitution. Thirdly, he's talking about bringing in the NSA and the CIA to assist in their charters. The law that brings them into existence say they shall not conduct any operations inside the continental United States. So they got no business being involved. But here's your deputy director of the FBI saying this. So see, it ain't right, but people get away with it, and a lot of folk have never read the Constitution. In fact, the last statistic I saw was only 25% of the judges in America had ever read the U.S. Constitution. Same with the lawyers. Takes about 15 minutes for somebody that's a high school grad to read the whole thing. It's only 7 or 8 pages.
Wow.
In pamphlet.
Wow.
Like, for example,
Okay.
let's take the first round of impeachment articles against Trump. All right, forget Trump. Let's just look at the articles. One of them said he obstructed Congress. Let's take that one. See, they fell into a trap because Article 1 of the Constitution says the Congress of the United States shall consist of two chambers, the House of Representatives and the Senate. So the Senate and the House of Representatives both make up Congress. Back in the 19th century, when the only person you could elect was a member of the House of Representatives, the newspaper got to considering we're going to elect the congressman, which was the only office in Congress you could vote for. So these clowns thought that the House was in fact Congress. So when they sent over a bill that says Trump obstructed Congress, all that had happened is the majority Republican Senate had to say, let's take a poll. You guys feel like you got obstructed? No. Well, since we're the majority of the Senate, that's out because Congress embraces the Senate too. So he would have had to obstructed both of us. There's no such offense, but it's out of there. Now, on the other article, he abused his authority. Well, the Constitution, Article 2, Section 4 says a president and vice president can be impeached and removed from office for 3 things: bribery, treason, or crimes in office, misdemeanors and felonies. High crimes or misdemeanors. Wasn't any bribery, wasn't any treason, abusing authority. Well, there's no such federal law. So what did he do? We wasted all that time and energy on some ignorant grandstanding. See, that's what law is about. But you see, this party made it look like that's okay to come up with a whole lot of smoke and lack of any basis for something and waste a lot of time. So that trickles down to the public. They get used to that. Okay, I don't know what's going on with these people. Don't care at this moment. I'll review it when something happens that gives something you can get a grasp of, so you don't just talk off the top of your head. I'm just speaking general principles of law that we all ought to know. See, the Constitution is like that driver's handbook they pass out so you can take the written test. You need to know the rules of the road when it comes to operating yourself as a citizen. All right. Thank you for your question. Yeah. Very great one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Don. Any more? Is that it?
Professor Brown.
Professor Brown. You tired now, Judge?
No.
Okay, he's not tired, y'all. He's not tired.
I told you, I read until 5 a.m. in the morning, or here's the other secret, don't tell.
All right, here's another one.
The Count and I, we like to roam after midnight. We go seeking fresh blouse. It is so delicious, especially when the moon is full.
Hey. Yeah, go ahead. Hi.
I have a question for the judge. I want to know, you said that you was running for mayor in 2023. I'm trying to see.
Yes, I did.
For the city or for the county?
City.
Okay, I couldn't hear him.
He said the city.
For the city of Memphis. JJB in
okay, so that's good to know. Is there something specific you don't like about the mayor we have currently?
These are no good, useless ignoramus. The last thing the fool did was to nominate and get approved the first chief of police we've had in 40 years. That's a civil service position. that means that civilian control, unless I come up with something to do about it, which I have an idea, is no longer going to be under anybody's control but the chief. She can do what she wants to do and tell everybody to go screw off. The last time we had a chief of police, which is a civil service position you can't touch, was in 1981. Wyatt Chandler refused to nominate a replacement. He wanted a director so that the director would be under the mayor's control and the police would become subject to political control by the people. So now this idiot is taking that away. He is an incompetent. He can't even get sand and salt trucks out to keep the roads safe when we have our inevitable few ice storms a year. He's let things get out of control. The corruption in the city is enormous.
He's an excellent mayor.
This ought to be one of the biggest cities in America, and these paralyzed idiots haven't had a bright idea in a long time since Doc Harrington was in there. By the way, do you know what percentage of the registered voters in Memphis are white? Ma'am?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I can barely hear you.
Do you know what percentage of the registered voters in Memphis are white?
I don't.
You have any idea?
Not really. I would say majority.
It's only 19.1% of the city's registered voters are white.
Wow.
What do you think's going on that they run everything?
We really wouldn't get nothing. Everything will really go down. Basically, and the kids in the city, we wouldn't have nothing. The minorities wouldn't have nothing. So I think we need a new mayor, and you will have my vote. So I'm ready for you to come aboard.
Well, yeah. See, what I want to do is sink some hydroelectric turbines down there in the Mississippi River. So instead of worrying about getting a dam or finding some way to build some new power plants, you get green energy, because the Mississippi River is not going to keep flowing for the next million. It's not going to stop flowing for at least the next 1.5 million years, if not 4 times that long. All you need is some baffles to keep the giant catfish from clogging the things up, and the maintenance is what you have. You got free energy. You have all of this land around here to expand into. You have industrial capacity that is enormous. This is the distribution network of the country, North America, Mexico, US, and Canada. You've got all of these people in Europe that want to use barge trafficking, put the barges loaded up over in Europe on transports to get them to the port of New Orleans, drop the hatches, get tows up to Memphis, where they would be unloaded on Mud Island, where they'd first, not Mud Island, President's Island, where they would first be run through customs, instead of taking them to the East Coast, where they get warehoused, inspected, they get pilfered. You got to pay off folk high cost there, and then put them on a train to get them to Memphis. You could bring them up the Mississippi, cheaper to get here. We've got everything, but these clowns around here will not develop it because they're under the control of a certain few people that are into real estate acquisition, real estate management, real estate development, construction, and construction material supply. They get control of the properties. They bribe the city council by giving him a consultant fees. The city council votes for a zoning variance. They pay for the business or the structure or the facility getting built. That means the city. And they let these people operate it with either 4 or 6% of their net going to either split with the city or the county. And that's what we get out of it, other than $1 up front every year. But what happens is the accountants always zero it out, so there's no net. So effectively, for $1 a year, we paid somebody to build something that they get to operate, that we finance and we pay for. They get to keep everything, and we get $1. and somebody gets a little something under the table as a consultant fee. They did that with that pipeline that they're trying to run through the city
He's
now.
still talking.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Go ahead.
Okay, now, if that answered the question, I don't know if you could hear me. Maybe that's the problem. I get it now. Okay.
She got one more
Yes,
question.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. My last quick question is, what's your take on the crack in the bridge?
One of the problems is that when the Ray Blanton administration was in, the villain, in fact, he was the unmentioned villain in that thing about Sheriff Buford Pusser getting killed in Walking Tall, the original ones, okay? The original movie. They were into highway, bootleg whiskey, gambling, and prostitution. And one of their little stunts is they would underbid on construction projects, including that bridge, and they would not lay down a proper foundation for the road, so they would continuously crack and sink, which is why here in this area you get so many road revivals that keep everything clogged up and tied down, when for years and years they just repave and repave. Well, the same problem with that bridge. The structural girdle, and that means the shape of it, not just one piece, is defective in design, A. B, the material is substandard and not what was bid on. And the people that bid on and got the contract need to be sued for malfeasance. But anyway, they're going to have to build another one because right now they had a police emergency. So one of them you can't get across and the other one was blocked, and everything got backed up 300 miles on I-40. It was a mess.
It did. And I'm just, I thank God every day because I actually went over that bridge the day before that happened. And I have a real fear of bridges. And it's like once they fix it, I'm going to be so afraid to ever go across that bridge again. So I just wanted to know, do you think that it would ever, I don't want to say fix, trying to think of the word I'm trying to say. Basically, do you again to go across it, or do you think people will be so afraid that they would still take the same route?
No, I wouldn't be afraid. If it broke, just think of it. You get the equivalent of the wildest roller coaster ride of your life on the way out.
You're so right about that.
All point of view.
Right. So thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms.
Die in bed slowly and miserably, or have a wild ride on the way out. That's what I like about airline travel. If you go, you got the wildest roller coaster ride in your life on the way out.
May I help you?
Hi, Infamous Sylvia. This is Deepa's sister. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Hi, Uncle Judge, Joe Brown. I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
The R. Kelly case, the cuts, okay? So allegedly, R. Kelly was first investigated by the FBI, and they came back with they had nothing to take him in for. Now, allegedly, a father of one of the alleged victims has a cousin.
I know about that. What happens is he supposedly set them up and all of that. They have to prove what they have to prove. Let's see if they can. All I could do is speculate, and from what I've done, that would not be appropriate. I can tell you what things to look out for and what they have to do to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to depend on how astute the defense crew is in selecting juries in 3 different states, and what the jury pool is going to look like, and whether or not you get a lot of black folk that say, look, I can't afford to take off. I can't be on no jury. And that's not cool either. See, it's going to depend on stuff like that. Somebody get 2 or 3 blacks on the jury, or they're going to stand their ground and say, we're not going to find the man guilty. I'm holding out. Or it's going to say, well, we need to get home. I'll do what it takes. Or maybe when they hear it, they'll be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that there is guilt.
Okay.
We'll see.
Now, I'm retired homicide detective, and in your history of you being a judge, have you ever known, ICE or what we would call Homeland Security to detain an American citizen? Wouldn't that be our police, which is the FBI?
No, it depends upon where it is. It happens all the time at the border. Worst case I had is there were 4 hitmen came over from South Africa to kill 7 people who had gotten a diamond strike down here at the National Park in Arkansas, and they had a mining permit. So Oppenheimer De Beers wanted to get the contract for the diamonds. They offered them a price that they could not refuse, but they did. So the hitmen came over here. They killed 4 of them outright. They'd wounded the 5th one by shooting him several times. They were about to shoot him in the head when some cops next door on a domestic disturbance call heard the gunfire, came over, ran in. The 4 bad guys threw the guns on the ground. We heard 3 weeks worth of testimony on what Oppenheimer De Beers was doing and how diamonds really had no great value because they're so common, except for Oppenheimer De Beers having 99.9999 etc. % in their vaults. So we heard that $1 million diamond would be worth no more on a fair value than about $8,000, and most of that due to the arts and of cutting it. But anyway, we are in our 3rd week of trial. We break for Sunday. It's a locked up jury. So on Monday morning, we can't go back to trial. You know why? The U.S. State Department had come in, granted them diplomatic immunity, removed them from the jail, put them on an airplane, and flown them to South Africa. Now, how about that for some interference? That's not ICE, but yeah, same thing. Sovereign power of the U.S. government.
Having a case presided in like in New York where none of the crime ever happened. How does that go?
Well, we don't know. See, that's propaganda from the defense. The prosecution's got its propaganda. But if that is in fact relevant to what they have to prove, they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of a jury. Now, the main thing is ensuring that the jury is a fair and impartial one. That will be up to defense counsel. And the other one is going to be whether they do their duty and whether you've got a good jury panel. Now, they're going to try the federal cases first. The federal cases are usually easier to prove because of the relaxed rules of evidence in the federal system, thanks to Joe Biden and James O. Eastland. The president you got in there is basically responsible, and that would be from the 1977 and 1981 acts where that came about. So we just elected him, or the electoral college did, that we seem to have chosen. So if R. Kelly gets jacked around by the U.S. Justice Department, the man you've got in office right now will have appointed the attorney general and nominated all of the local U.S. attorneys for the district. So they're going to pretty much try to use their clout to get an easy conviction in the federal system. Once that happens, he's really behind the 8 ball. Now he's a convicted felon. And if he gets on the stand and tries to testify, they can bring that out to impeach him at all of the continuing state trials you've got.
Okay.
So that's unfortunately the way the system can be manipulated.
Oh, hold on. Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what if by chance a judge, okay, presiding over a case is found, and it's a sexual case, and they are found to be part of the LGBT community, and this is a sex crime thing? Do you think that what law is in place, or what could be amended, or anything that could possibly have recluse him or herself from the case that's being presided?
Because the LGBTQ, that's not really I know it has a real world impact, but realistically, you have to show how that prevents the person from trying the case fairly. That's like he's got to remove himself from the judge. Why? He's black and there's a black defendant. Well, that's not a sufficient reason. It'd be up to the defense counsel to show a relevance of that particular circumstances. But no, under the current atmosphere in DC and in certain state capitals, that definitely is not going to be something that's going to happen. Somebody gets excused because they are rainbows. Now, to show you how bad it's gone, there was a lawsuit that went up on appeal to the New York Supreme Court. And the issue was, can somebody be held and found liable for defamation of character by falsely calling somebody gay? Well, the New York Supreme Court said hereinafter being gay is no longer anything to be ashamed of. So that is per se no longer a cause for action for a defamation action to call somebody gay. So what if you call them gay, whether it's false or not? In the New York Supreme Court's opinion, that's not an insult.
Okay.
I don't agree with that, because I had a lot of murder cases where somebody got caught up in that and somebody lost their head because it was a classic fighting words and a grievous insult, but some people don't get it.
Last question on her.
Okay. Now this is for us, melanated people. Okay. Now I see that it only took one person to bring on some kind of action against some Asians, 9 Asians, for them to get a law passed immediately. We have been slaughtered, hung, everything since the beginning of time that I know. What is it, in your opinion, that we as a Black community can do to further make them listen to us? And it's not just about...
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, hold on.
The Black community elected these idiots that voted for that, including unanimously the Black caucus, who were surrogates for LGBTQ. We voted them in. That's, you get what you deserve. It's our fault. We got a white Jewish gay congressman for the 9th district in Tennessee. It's a 91% Black district, and he's the congressman. And his entire legislative output for the 6-7 terms he's been in there has been a binding resolution on the congressional cafeteria to use paper and not plastic straw. But he's head of the subcommittee, and he drafted that Asian Protection Act. Now, Asians are good people. They need protection, but so do we. And there was everything on the books, including the 1948 Act that they have that would have protected them. But no, it's a dodge, because the caption to the act does not reflect the reality, which is that act abrogates a lot of First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures, and Fifth Amendment rights to be free from self-incrimination, and really knocks the devil out of due process. But you see, he said 3,245 Asians had been hurt in 2020. Hell, that is lower than to be expected by looking at all of the weave, wig, and nail salons and beauty supply houses, liquor stores, and convenience stores that are operated in Black communities. That is a low rate compared to what happens to Black entrepreneurs in the inner city. It was not necessary. It was a fake. And the Black caucus, the Black colored, supported that. We put the Democratic Party in, unless there were cheating voting machines, which I suspect may be the case. There, I said it, but if you can go after a sitting congressman for saying it on the congressional floor, then heaven help the rest of us. This is getting to be that fascist thing.
Okay.
Turn the clock back.
Okay. So much, Judge Joe Brown, for everything. You are feeding us a lot of knowledge. I really want to thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. And like Sylvia, most of us are going natural, and we're looking very beautiful, just like my sister. So
Thank
God bless
you.
both of you, and thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. We're waiting on the next caller.
Sister got her fro looking good, baby boy. Oh yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, that's from my time.
Okay,
with
saved
them
by the
fro.
bell. Saved by the bell. Thank you for calling in from Miss Sylvia.
How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? How's it going, Judge Joe Brown? I just have a few questions. One is a couple don't have nothing to do with the R. Kelly case, and then one does. I hate to bring it up, because you've talked about it, but what is your take on the Curcio hearing? What usually happens at a Curcio hearing? What usually happens there?
What are you saying? I can't hear you.
Curcio hearing. What usually happen at a Curcio hearing?
I don't recognize the term. My jurisdiction doesn't use that one. What? Okay. Spell it.
And then also
spell it.
He said spell it.
Okay, it's C-U-R.
Spell it again. Somebody was just calling. Spell it again.
C-U-R-C-I-O.
C-U-R-C-I-O.
Conflict of interest.
I don't know.
Conflict of interest.
Okay.
That's what you call it in the state in question. Okay, conflict of interest.
Okay, so like, let's say I have a case, I'm a defendant, and I say, you know what, I would like to fire my attorney. I want to let them go.
Well, I went over that earlier.
You went over it already. Where were you?
What the rule is, very briefly, is you can't fire your lawyers. They can't withdraw unless the court gives them permission to withdraw. He might just say, too bad, you don't like them, you're stuck with them. All right, we'll go on from here. Now that we moved on, let's go get to the next matter.
Okay. And how common would you say that is to have it denied?
I don't think there's been, I know in one 10-year period, I think I let 3 lawyers withdraw from a case, even if they hadn't even been paid.
Wow. Okay.
You see, in England, by the way, in England, they have solicitors that do the paperwork and barristers that get in front of the court. A barrister has no choice. He has to take every case presented to him. He can't return it down unless there's a personal conflict.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. And then also, too, what is your take on the vice president? She actually physically attended LGBT rally in New York. What is your take on that?
Well, they said those were their favorite few from the beginning. We didn't listen. What do you expect? She's a fake Negro. She isn't even black. She's a Hindu Brahmin caste. Want to hear another lie? Did you heard? What are Aryans supposed to be? Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, right? Aryans look like Camilla Harris. Well, Camilla Imhoff, Mrs. Camilla Imhoff. She won't use her married name, but anyway, they look like her. But Hitler told a lie saying they were blonde-haired, blue-eyed, came from the far north. They came from India, where she's from. She is a Hindu Brahmin caste. And her father says that woman, that's his grandmother that they're trying to say was a black woman, she was a Hindu house servant. In his family is either Hindu, Brahmin caste, or Irish. Ain't got no colored folk in there. And okay. Aryans are classified as Caucasian. See, what it says on a birth certificate is interesting because I've seen one of those. My ex-wife was born in that same hospital in that same 12-month period. And they're supposed to be nationality and race. The mother lists her race as Caucasian, even though she's quite chocolate. She is Caucasian because she's an Indo-Aryan, I-N-D-O hyphen Aryan, A-R-Y-A-N. And the father's nationality is blank, but when it says race, it says Jamaican. See, that should have gone in the column that said nationality. And as far as being black from Jamaica, one of my good friends is married to a Jamaican woman. She's blonde-haired, blue-eyed. She was born in Jamaica. Her parents were born in Jamaica, but her grandparents is lordship and ladyship. They are part of the English aristocracy. But because Jamaica was part of the British Empire and then part of the Commonwealth, you have Jamaicans who are from Hong Kong, Singapore, from Fiji, from New Zealand, from Australia, from Nigeria, from Kenya, from India, from Pakistan, all kinds of places.
Wow.
So her daddy, in an article he wrote for the Jamaican National, and he wrote it, he wasn't interviewed, he called her a liar and a fraud. They've got a copy of it online, but they cleaned it up and they took that part out of it. I actually got to see the hard copy somebody showed me. And I've been over Jamaica 35, 40 times. They call me Jamaican man. And you with your high little self, man, you look like you come down from St. Elizabeth Parish. That's where you be from.
Okay. Also, too, I've thought about. This is just regarding you personally. I'm a light skin. I'm half German, half black, and I thought about becoming an attorney. Just in your career, like growing up, did you ever have any like troubles as far as like going in the courtroom whenever you were representing someone? Did they ever look at you different? Did people like treat you differently because of, because obviously you're a black man? Did you have any issues like becoming an attorney?
No, all the time. I've had a long-standing feud with the local Memphis and Shelby County Juvenile Court. 1974, I had 5 clients. I went down there, and the judge was a 6th grade dropout. Eventually, he was declared incompetent to hear cases because of his educational deficiencies, but he still maintained his judgeship from 1982 when they ruled that up to 2006. He'd been appointed in 1963. He was gay and he was head of ICE, so he knew who was screwing who in the county and blackmailed a lot of people. But anyway, I'm sitting in there and he's using the N-word like it's a compliment. I just zoned out. I had an afro out to here, beard, what the hell is this? And I zoned out, and this bailiff was shaking me. Boy, don't you hear the judge talking to you? I said, who the hell you calling boy? And the judge looked up at me, used the N-word, said, nigga, who you call that to my deputy? I said, who the hell you calling that, cracker? You called me a cracker, nigga? I said, you sure did, you goddamn honky motherfucker. I said, what the hell you think you doing? I'm a lawyer in here. I'm not one on your docket. And I had my tape recorder, and I acted like I had tape recorded. You recorded that? I said, yeah, I'm going to the court of the judiciary. So he broke that off, and we had an ongoing feud for the next 40-some years. So, frankly, I wound up going to jail for 5 days on contempt when some lawyer they call Dirty Harry, he's a jackass named Hal Horn, that I used to threaten when I was on the bench. He came in there arrogant, used to try to play Judge Judy on me. He was violating his own orders, and they were trying to jack this 55-year-old woman up. She had had a stalker when she was 19. She hadn't seen him. She'd been married for 35 years. She had one grown son. That's the only child she had ever had. This fool walks in there and decides to say she's the mother of his daughter. Doesn't have a date of birth, doesn't have a name, no birth certificate. Nobody takes an affidavit of complaint. Nobody signs anything. A clerk rubber stamps this. They issue a warrant for this woman's arrest. She doesn't know anything about it until she gets a background check on a new 6-figure job. So she goes down there to see about it. They're going to lock her up. And this idiot had a golf game he wanted to go to. So I went off on him. Probably shouldn't have, but I wound up getting the woman out and everything else, and wound up getting all that mess dropped, but the court didn't even have damn jurisdiction. No, I've been on the other side of it. But anyway, I was the first judge, retired judge in the history of 150-year, 60-year history of the state to ever have to go to jail for contempt. And my lawyers took a damn dive on it. I had one good sister and two young brothers on it. The sister did so well, she got appointed to the U.S. Attorney's Office up in Jackson, Tennessee, so I lost her. She was complaining about the two young men, and when I get the order back from the Supreme Court, said although Judge Brown initially raised this point, which may have been dispositive for some reason, his lawyers did not brief it on final appeal. So I said, what the hell's wrong with you guys? Well, Judge, we're not like you. We're not that bold. We have to worry about whether or not we're jeopardizing our careers. You little punks, what the hell's wrong with you?
Wow. So her case got completely dropped?
Yes, I got the woman's case dropped. There was no case because she'd never had a daughter, and this guy hadn't paid any child support. He was trying to stalk her again after 35 years.
Wow.
And the juvenile court's completely privatized, and the elected judge down there actually works as a CEO for the private company, and he gets paid by the corporation and by the county. And they mess everything up they can to keep generating business, repeat business.
Interesting.
Oh, and you talk about racism. Now, I'm quoting this, so I'll say 1980, my law partner, a woman, her husband who became the mayor, he's in the office. My previous law partner, Earl Adams, had died in some mess with some drug cases. And Ruby and I are in there, and the judge is John P. Colton Sr., distinguished Southern gentleman, says, Mrs. Wharton, Mr. Brown, would you please, and the rest of the defense counsel and the prosecutors, would you approach the bench? Yes, sir. We get up. Mr. Brown, is that a nigger you and Mrs. Wharton are representing on trial with these three white men?
Wow.
Another one. Boys and girls, we're so glad to have you here. You should be proud to see your legal system work. He introduced the jurors and told the kids what they did. He introduced the distinguished deputy assistant attorney generals and what they did, and distinguished members of the defense bar, including me. And he said, sitting behind these fine defense lawyers are four niggers who stole cars from three white dealerships.
Wow.
And you see, that's reality.
Right.
We always used to pray for that judge because he'd always mess it up. And when you get a transcript, they just summarily dismiss anything that got found guilty in his courtroom. Would the court please, we would like to move for the court to rule on each motion individually. That will be denied. And one of the motions that we have, will the court rule collectively? All motions are denied. And one of them we stuck in there is the defendant moves for a fair and speedy trial under the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights and all of the protections therein. He denied that, so we got an automatic acquittal. Smart thinking. Neophyte lawyers don't know how to do that.
Go ahead.
And then just my last question, what would you give, like I said, I've thought about going to law school, and I'm out here in California. What would be your advice to me?
Well, I went to UCLA Law School, and I came out near the top. But let me just say this. How far are you in law school?
What was that? Oh no, I'm currently in my bachelor's. I have 1 year left, and I get my bachelor's.
Okay. Take all the English you can. It's about writing. Forget taking one sentence and switching it into a lead paragraph, 4 supporting paragraphs, well, 3 supporting paragraphs, and a concluding paragraph. Take all 5 paragraphs and reduce them back down to 1 sentence. Answer cryptically and briefly. In law school, what they want to find out is if you spot the issues, not answer what is supposed to happen unless they specifically request that. Your job is to spot the issues, because 1 week you may be representing a plaintiff with those issues, and the next week you may be representing a defendant against whom those issues are being used. So you have to be able to see both sides of it. When I was a law professor, I'd have the class split up and prepare one side. Then the other half would prepare the other side. And then the day of everything, I'd make them flop. Switch. You take the defense, you take the complainant side. But no, you're supposed to know both sides. So now you prepared, you got too invested in your case. It's personal. That's the wrong way. You need to have the objectivity. You should understand both sides. See, so there's one other trick too. West law. You will be studying the casebook method. That means you will be studying cases, and the law that you need to learn is in those cases. Well, the first several cases in a chapter are showing you how the law got the way it is, and the last 2 cases in the chapter will state the law as it is right now. So you don't develop unless you are asked to develop how the law got that way, like you're discussing it for an undergrad class. You state what the holdings are if you can't remember the names of the last 2 cases. Now, how do you keep from going crazy? You got 8 hours a night homework. Well, each case has a citation. The first 3 numbers will be the volume. The letters in the middle will be what particular volume, not the number of the volume. In other words, it might be 457 Pacific 5th, meaning 5th edition of the Pacific Digest, volume 657 at page 417. Well, you go to page 417 and there will be a 1 paragraph, short paragraph synopsis of what the case is about, and then 1 or 2 line sentences for each particular holding. It will have evidence and something, but if you're in there on contracts, it will specify which particular holding relative to property contracts or whatever the subject is. So you just Xerox that first page. You pull it, Xerox it, it takes you maybe 5 minutes. So there are 6 or 7 cases, takes you 15, 20 minutes to Xerox those, and maybe an hour to go over the synopsis. So you've done 8 hours of homework in an hour and a half. Put them in a loose leaf notebook, and that's how you do it. And you never think in law, it is therefore because. You say, it seems that this is perhaps a reasonable conclusion, perhaps for the following supportable reasons. You see, you talk in equivocation. Why? Because eventually you'll have to prove what you're talking about to a judge or a jury. And you may have a stupid jerk as a damn judge who shouldn't have even got out of law school. He will be a backwoods bozo without a clue as to how to do rational, logical, and reasonable analysis. So you got to persuade this bozo, or you got to run up against the 2 out of every 5 juries that are not good ones. And you gotta be able to break it down. What does all this language mean about the unpermitted touching committed by the plaintiff upon the physical body of the victim of this particular alleged crime? Ladies and gentlemen, it means Willie went upside Earl's head and knocked the ooh-wee out of him. Now, under the circumstances, you might want to consider that he needed to get the ooh-wee knocked out of him. And believe me, you'd be surprised at what jurors do. I remember one first-degree murder case that was in there, and the papers had written it up like it was so horrible, and the defendant needed to be up under the jail, and the family was in there looking for blood, and the jury had a question while they were deliberating. So I had a deputy direct them to write the question up. I brought defense up, prosecution up, brought the defendant out of lockup. The newspaper folk have their pads and their pens ready to write, and the family's hanging, knowing there's going to be blood in the water and everything. And I polled the jury, Mr. Thompson, is this your question? Ms. Jackson, so on and so forth. Pass the question up, please. The court will now publish the question. Your Honor, if we feel that the victim deserved killing, do we have to convict the defendant? So all of these folk that had expected blood, their faces just fell, and the newspaper reporters walked on out, didn't even come back. Because that isn't what they wanted to report on. So they had a hung jury on some of it. They found him not guilty of murder in the first degree. They found him not guilty of murder in the second degree, but they deadlocked on whether it should be involuntary manslaughter. So I had to declare a mistrial. So that meant it was going to call right back. So they gave him an offer he couldn't refuse, 3 years, and he took that. So we didn't have to go back to trial. Now, under the law, he only had to serve 30% of that.
I appreciate the knowledge you've given us and me.
Okay, sure thing.
You still want more? Bring it on. Okay. He said, bring it on, y'all. He said, bring it on. Okay, someone says you're a very intelligent man and they love you.
Thank you very much on that.
He said, thank you very much. Okay, let's see. I was trying to see some. I said I wasn't going to take questions from the chat, but I guess you're making me take questions from the chat. Hold on. Can you see the chat?
Let me check down here with chat. No, I don't see anything.
Oh, you don't see anything. Okay. Oh, give us a call. Thank you for calling Infamous Sylvia. How may I help you? Hi.
Hey, this is PBB.
Hi.
I was trying to stay up on. I had a question for Justice Brown.
He's listening.
Happy Father's Day, first of all.
Happy Father's Day, she said.
Thank you.
Okay, my question, I follow you all the time, and you know I'm getting a shirt made with your face on it that's saying #man up. But anywho, I want to take you back down memory lane. And one of your interviews, you spoke on being set up at a club, and you were dancing with this young lady.
Yeah, that's about a month and a half after the show started in 1998.
Okay,
I mentioned that at the beginning of this one.
Packing, but my question was to him on that because I didn't get a chance to hear the whole conversation in the interview. But if you,
I mentioned it on this one. What it was about is the show was a success. And one of the ladies that I had been talking to, we sat down at the table. She went to the ladies' room, came back and said, this guy offered her several $1,000s in cash if she would sign this note that I tried to feel up on her. So she refused, and we went around and got some written statements from some other ladies, and we wound up setting this clown up by, we invented a woman and filed affidavits detailing the progress of what we were doing, filed them with Human Resources. They called me over with this so-called letter from the invented woman complaining about my conduct. So I laughed, and we had all of the documents brought over, and they got shown up to be lying frauds. So they weren't there 6 weeks later, and I was for 14 and a half more years. 14 more years.
The situation would have been if you didn't get the heads up. Do you think
I know, but it would have been bad. But you see, sometimes you got to watch your own back and be cautious.
You heard him?
Did he hear me?
He said sometimes you have to be, say it again, Judge.
Sometimes you have to have a heads up situation and watch your own back. The other thing, I did not get into Hollywood as some 20-year-old, I want to be a star. I'd had a legal career, been elected to 2 8-year terms as a judge when I got discovered. And I was in my 50s when the show started. I wasn't a neophyte.
Well, okay, my question was, though, like, if you didn't get the heads up on it, what do you think the situation would have been?
No, it would have been a disaster. They tried to pull it on me all the time. Every time I showed up to tape for 15 years, I had to watch my six because some fools were after. I didn't have anything against these people, but the worst letter I ever got was from, they said, we, the 23 signed signatories, are proud lesbians, and we resent somebody coming in like this who speaks with so much bass in his voice and such authority and dares to open doors. And hell, my date came to a luncheon and I pulled the chair out for her, and they objected to me doing that. So, I mean, it's like, so what, you ignorant fools? You just violated my rights. And the lawyer that they had for Human Resources said, Judge, you got anything? I said, I'm on my way out of here. I got something. Where is he going? Well, his business. Screw you. You gonna get told what you did. She told him, said, you violated the judge's Title VII rights on 3 grounds: race, gender. He needs some glasses right now, and you said you were upset that he squinted. And, you know, how would it look if the star of the show sued you and won, you know?
Okay. Well, one more question. I'm gonna get off this. I don't want to hold up the line, but so you're very, very vocal when it comes to the alphabet. Do you think that they will try to sabotage you one day? Do you think
How can they? I'm retired. I'm independently wealthy. There's no way to get me.
He said say it again, Judge.
I said, I'm retired. I'm independently wealthy. There's nothing they can do to me. And the other thing is, it's like this. As I explained earlier, there are 3 political parties in the United States. There are the jumbos, the jackasses, and the rainbows. And the rainbows are not official. So you got jackasses who are rainbows and jumbos who are rainbows. So the jumbos and the jackasses, that's a donkey is a jackass. So they get to squabbling and creating all this confusion, and their rainbow sides are working close together to do something. See, think of it as Revenge of the Nerds. It's sick, where decency gets attacked if you promote decency. Indecency is okay, the way they say it. See, they don't like it. These people hate themselves. They hate what they want to be, and they hate what they are. Think about it. You're mad because you don't want to be a man. You're mad because you don't want to be a woman. You're mad. What in the devil's wrong with you? That's what you got. The throw of the dice is 50-50. You could come out either way. So you hate yourself? So you want everybody to deal with this self-hate? where you say it's not right to be brave. You should be a coward. Don't be what you ought to be. Be what you feel like being. No duty, honor, obligation, responsibility. No women and children in the wife boat first. You can go disguise yourself and declare I'm a woman, so I'm entitled to be in the lifeboat. Yeah, but your stuff is hanging there. It makes you look like a male. No, I'm a woman because I identify that way. Oh, hell no. Drag his ass out that lifeboat, take him on the other side of the ship, throw him in. If there are any sharks out there, chum the sharks with him.
Okay, I got a question. The question is, can evidence from a case that a person was found innocent be used in another case against him, the same person?
No, not the evidence. Well, yeah. What happens is this. See, it depends on what the other case is. Is it civil? See, unless you plead guilty to a criminal case, the outcome of the criminal case is irrelevant to the civil case. That's what happened with OJ. He got found not guilty, but his defense crew for the civil case wasn't the same quality as the defense crew for the criminal case. So he got found not guilty on a standard of beyond a reasonable doubt with the criminal case, and he got found liable under a standard of proof by the preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not, which is a lesser standard of proof. So the fact that somebody's found not guilty is not dispositive of another case if it is a civil case. If it's a criminal. If it's criminal, it's got no business being brought up because that'd be proof in other crimes. And you can't bring up a not guilty verdict as proof of anything in another case. You can't even mention it. So you can only use convictions, not arrests. So technically, he was not convicted, only arrested. So you can't use that. You see, in America, you cannot bring in proof of other crimes one way or the other unless it's absolutely necessary in order to prove a crucial element of the case. And in the Cosby case, there's nothing that it was in there that it wasn't either admitted or already obvious upon the record. So there was no point in letting somebody come in with an accusation from 51 years before. That was ridiculous. Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. That answers my question. Anybody else want to call in? Because, you know, judge don't go to bed, y'all.
It is come upon the
midnight
go to
hour.
Bed, you know, I may have to come off in a little while. You know, I got to
hold on, there's a call. There's a call.
You know, roam in the dark, you know.
Thank you for calling Infamous Sylvia. How may I help you?
Hi, Sylvia. Can you ask the judge, can he expound on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden about that money they was getting from the people?
Joe Biden, the money that he was getting from those people?
Which people?
Which
you mean in the Ukraine or China? See, this is an unusual situation. The president of the United States has been indicted on multiple counts of racketeering indictment in the Ukraine. The Constitution says treaties ratified by the Senate are part of the same, part of the supreme law of the land. So we have treaties with the Ukraine that agree that we will cooperate in the investigation of criminality and in the extradition of indicted individuals. So the president of the United States has been indicted in the Ukraine for subornation of perjury, bribery, extortion, and solicitation of treason. So remember this thing about removal from office for high crimes and misdemeanors in office? Well, interestingly enough, this was from before he took this office, but during the course of when he was vice president under Obama. Now, the idiots decided to have a second round of impeachment proceedings to try and go against Trump after he had left the office of the presidency. That was so the 12th Amendment would be a vote which would prevent him from ever running for office again. But you see, they set that precedent. So if they attempted to impeach Trump for stuff that happened when he was in office, but at a time when he was no longer in that office, that would apply to Biden, so he could be impeached and removed for high crimes and misdemeanors in office. He also creates a dilemma because under the treaty, the U.S. is supposed to turn him over to the Ukraine, but it can't because he's commander in chief. So it's going to be real interesting. And also CCP is releasing what appears to be tapes from a White House meeting with Obama, the Bidens, and the Chinese representative, and they're discussing the $1 billion that the Chinese put into this corporation, out of which Obama, Joe, and Hunter are each supposed to get 10%, which was $100 million. The act that was supposed to be done was calling off the Navy from aggressive counter patrolling against the Navy of the People's Army of China. They were heavily patrolling the South China Sea. So admirals were complaining about it in Military Times, which is a magazine put out by the Pentagon.
Okay, there's another question. It seems like the same type of question from before, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The question is referring back to the evidence being used twice. For instance, can the tape be used again after the person was found innocent, after the alleged witness was found to be not credible? Can the same witnesses...
Are you talking about R. Kelly again? Oh, come on. I'd have to speculate. I don't know what the devil the judge is going to rule on. And I don't know all of the circumstances. No, I'm not going to get into that. Al, what do you think happened? I don't know, George, but maybe. No, I'm not doing that. Just be patient.
I'm reading their questions.
Okay, R. Kelly, that issue's out. Wait and see what happens.
Okay, that issue's out, y'all. No more R. Kelly questions. Because wait till the issue's out.
Wait till it works itself out.
Yeah.
As I said, they're going to try the federal case first. Those are the easiest types of cases to prove for the prosecution because everybody's got a hand tied behind their back on the defense. And then he's got 3 sets of indictments from 3 separate states. They're probably going to go in there with a federal conviction if they can get one. And he's going to have to go through each one of these states and go to trial or plead guilty. I don't know if he can afford to do that, pay for it. But anyway, thanks to Biden and James O. Eastland, that's now permitted within the federal criminal prosecutions. That is to deliberately bankrupt or ruin someone financially so you can get rid of them by using the criminal process.
Okay. Next question. I had a question.
Go ahead.
I was watching one of your past interviews, right? And you mentioned you were talking about Trump not being a racist.
He financed Jesse Jackson's 2 runs for president or gave him the office space. I know personally some former clients around here in the Memphis area, they couldn't get financing. They went to him and they got financed.
Minorities? That was
black folk. He used to be hip to all the black stars back in the 80s, 90s. He was engaged to this black supermodel for a long time before he wound up with this current wife. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I mean, hey, he sent more money to historical black colleges and universities on executive order than any president since LBJ.
Wow.
So, I mean, you were getting what you wanted, but, you know, you got propagandized by the mainstream media into thinking he was a devil, so you really got one now. And I know damn well Biden's a racist. I heard him 48 years ago when he was pontificating on how proud he was of Delaware being a slave-holding state, but they didn't have the balls to go with the Confederacy. They were intimidated by their proximity to Washington, D.C., and thereby remaining with the Union.
Mm.
And he comes from the smallest state in the Union. Years ago, 25 years ago, I was there to lecture to their penitentiary system. They put me up in a place, and I amused myself by running from one side of the state to the other. It was 7 miles. Smallest state in the Union. And DuPont owns all of it. And I wonder how he got to be so well off on a civil servant salary for his entire adult life. Now, to answer your question.
Yes. All right. Now, what else? Anybody else? Is it for judge not to be scared?
Why should I be scared?
Oh no, I don't know what that question is all about.
Why would I be scared? I'm a man. You know, ain't nobody getting out this bad boy alive any damn way.
Judge,
Gonna die.
Judge,
Might as well be about something. Come get me. Yea, though I walk through the valley in the shadow of death, I fear no evil, because I'm the baddest son of a bitch up in this valley.
Judge, it was said that I paid you for this interview, but I don't have that kind of...
I didn't get paid for anything. I'm here. I got word to spread. The colored folk need to become black folk and get free and stop thinking like they're on a damn plantation. Stop worrying about surviving, damn it. I hate that. There are too many black folk around now. A whole bunch of us not need to be here because our ancestors needed to have been dead from fighting to get free. Instead of somebody setting our ass free.
Okay, now...
Well, they're 1/3 of the Union Army was black, so I'll give them that. They were fighting for their freedom, but too many else didn't sign up. Didn't have the gumption to escape. There's always a remedy to being a slave. It's called dying. At least have some self-respect and take yourself out, or get them to take you out rather than remaining a slave. That's a choice. I don't care what anybody says.
So does that mean you're going to come here more often?
You can get me anytime you want. Just give me some money.
Oh, okay.
My charming smile.
You know, I have to smile. Cheese. Let me stop. Okay. Next question.
I have this shirt on. Last time I wore this shirt, some knucklehead said he's Masonic because they're always wearing blue and red. When I picked this shirt, it didn't have a damn thing to do with Masonry, although I am Masonic, but it doesn't have anything to do with Masonry. It's just, it struck me. I had a suit that was blue, and I didn't want to wear a shirt and tie, so I got this thing because the orange matched some of the little trim inside.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there you go. People with ignorance.
That makes sense.
They're doing this. By the way, there's ignorance and there's ignorance. The ignorance is something that can be banished by acquisition of knowledge. Ignorance is a congenital condition you can't do crap with because they're born that way. And we got too many ignorant colored folk that need to wise up and become black folk.
There's quite a few of them like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names, but it's quite a few.
Start with the whole colored caucus. Surrogates of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Not one of those useless, worthless Negroes has even attempted to introduce anything to do with reparations or anything to do with protect black folk. Hell, we don't even need to put our name on it. By the way, do you know there's not one single act in the history of the United States that mentions colored, Negro, black, Afro, or African American. Not one. We have one act that names Dr. Martin Luther King as the recipient of an honor to declare a national holiday for him. And as I said before, don't you dare, you low-down scoundrels, call Juneteenth a black holiday. It's an embarrassment. It wasn't June 19th, 1865. It was June 19th, 1866. These slaves remained slaves for a year and a half after the 13th Amendment abolished slavery. After a year after they'd been told by some black cavalry troopers that they were free.
Wow.
And they have a white man, a captain of a U.S. Navy frigate, pulled into Texas Harbor, Galveston, I think it was. He wanted to know why they were getting beat with whips for not working hard enough. And they told him, well, they was their slaves. He said, you fools, you've been free for a long time. And I'm tired of looking at Negroes dancing and singing in happiness for a condition that ought to be an acute embarrassment.
Wow. Got a question. It says here, ask the judge how he feels about women want to be acknowledged on Father's Day.
That's part of that silly thing that they have about single mothers and trans people being insulted by there being a Father's Day. So why shouldn't single women who've never been married be acknowledged as fathers on Father's Day? Well, hell no, that's Daddy's Day.
That's
right. And how about these idiots that want to not allow the use of mother as a term? They want to say birth parent because it's unfair to trans sickos and same-sex couples.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Let's see. Any more questions?
See, you made me get nasty with that one. Go upside somebody say, hey, come here.
All right. There's another question about it says for you to elaborate on a statement that jails are like slave warehouse.
They are. Exactly. Except they don't want free labor. They want your inaction. See, labor is a commodity. There aren't enough jobs to go around. The prison system, the justice system's not worried about crime. They're worried about what to do with surplus laborers. So they put them in a warehouse instead of a grain silo. The warehouse is the penitentiary. The subsidy is the welfare or the assistance check. Cutting back reduction is all that stuck on stupid stuff they put in folks' brains so they don't go to school like they ought to. They don't have any vocational skills like they ought to. They don't have work ethics like they ought to. They've got wrong ideation, wrong worldviews. They listen to too much of this, too much of that, pay too much attention to getting distracted. They drop out, bang out, drug out. Girls get knocked up too early, too often. And it's a chaotic mess. It makes their communities chaos, so the community cannot engage in collective self-help through the political process. And when they get that felony, they are unemployable. They don't want the person's free labor. It's not about slavery. It's not about getting labor because they are locked up basically because they're surplus to labor requirements. There's no real rehabilitation because if they're rehabbed, they just reglut the market, which is why they got encouraged to do stuff on stupid stuff and get sent to the penitentiary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He says he answered plenty of questions. Okay. Well, Judge, you want to have it? Huh?
It is 1:04 a.m.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
Central Daylight Time.
time's wasting. I have to flit out there. There is so much nourishment for a midnight snack, and the sun will be coming up shortly, though I can walk in the daylight, but the count is waiting. We have to go out and see what is out there tonight. I want to buy it.
The judges turned it into a vampire, guys.
Yeah. You must come visit me. It will be fun. Especially if you're a pretty woman.
All right, y'all. He's having me to blush, y'all.
Come make it feel good,
Okay. All right. It says here, I'm trying to see what else. Any more questions, guys? We have 200.
Okay. My dear, it's been a pleasure. Call me when you can. I'll come on back. Hi, bye, and got to go. This has been Joe. I floated right on into your scene. If you could have seen my feet, you would see there's space between the soles of those feet and the planet. I don't walk, I float. I have come as promised and prophesied. If you were here, you could touch me to see that your senses are deceiving you not. Because I have come as promised and prophesied. I am he whom you seek.
We got a call. Hold on. Infamous Sylvie, so.
Sylvia, you missed my question. No, I'm kidding, but this is my last question. I wanted to know Judge's thoughts on Colin Kaepernick, how he was kneeling, and how they blackballed him out of the NFL. What is your take on that?
Well, I think he did well. He kind of dropped the ball because he had the potential to becoming part of the resurrected leadership that black folk need. I think he's going to wind up profiting pretty well in later years for doing that. That was courageous. Now, what he was about got corrupted by these pimpettes that founded BLM as a money-making proposition on what he helped start with good intentions. So you have to watch out for the pimps and the hustlers always. Can't have unity with them around. Matter of fact, we're going to have a big fight before we get unified because there are too many pimps, hustlers. There are too many that are snitches, informants, jealous. We're going to have to knock a few of them out, and the people that are left standing, and we unify them and do something. I didn't say that. That was old man rambling on,
Snitches, informants. Did you hear that, Dom?
Yeah, I heard that. Crazy. Also, what? Okay, what is your thoughts on? And there was recently an 18-year-old football player who was recently charged with murder after learning that the 40-year-old white woman he thought gave him oral sex was really a transgender.
Had that happen a lot. We had quite a few murder trials. Usually the defendant relied upon in temporary insanity, and in every case they prevailed. None of them got found guilty. They're trying to knock that defense out, but that's a reality. I mean, that's a grievous insult. People are going, why me? And the next thing I knew, I was seeing red, and then I don't remember anything after that. He was dead.
Yeah.
People would say, well, he brought it on himself, but that's not the way to look at it now. But let's see what happens. I understand it because I had a lot of trials like that. It's quite often that was a reliable cause of committing a homicide.
Yep.
Right. And then also, someone said, why do we as blacks have the shortest month in February for Black History Month? Why do you think that is?
Because we're Black Americans. We used to have a colored day. Then we had a Negro week. Then it got to be Negro month. Then it went Black month. Then it was Afro American month. Then it was Black month. And then it was African American month. Now it's back to being Black month. 28 days, we get the shortest one. Every 4 years, we get a leap year, extra year. Ain't that nice?
It's very nice, isn't it?
Right. Now, also too, just from this is obviously your opinion, and it's not not representing or anything like that. But what is your take on Derek Chauvin, and do you think he's gonna end up doing the max penalty or no? Like the 40 years max?
Very seldom does anybody get the max. And usually guidelines. Let's see where he fits. In other words, patience is a great virtue. Let's see where it goes. So we always want to know, inquiring minds. But sometimes it's just best to hang in and see what happens.
Right. Got you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I mean, he has no prior record. So they would compound what he would get as a first offender with the egregious circumstances. Hopefully the judge will be fair, because even though he's got a lot of people bent out of shape, a lot of folk he's hero for. I mean, after all, he's a 5'8" tall, 135-pound white boy who killed a 6'7", 250-pound black man with his hands. He didn't even shoot him. He's a hero to some.
Right.
So let's see where it goes.
I just feel like, they might be biased because of he's an officer, so they might.
But see, you don't just sentence in a vacuum. You have guidelines, and there are forms you got to fill out when you're sentencing somebody. You got to go through the checklist and indicate what you're putting up and add the points up, and so many points. This is the sentence, some over here. Then you consider, are there any aggravating circumstances by dint of the fact of his serving the public, and you add that all up, and the guidelines tell you what the sentence is supposed to be. But essentially, being a cop, he's a first offender. Wouldn't have been hired as a cop with a record generally.
True.
Like, for example, manslaughter carries 3 to 15 years. First offender gets 3 years in Tennessee. The presumptive sentence is the minimum within the range. You'd be a range 1 standard offender. The minimum sentence is 3 years. You'd have to show some aggravator to get it up to the maximum for range 1 standard offender of 5 years, but he'd get 3 years. The state law is clear that if someone has a first offense and the sentence is no more than 3 years, 5 years, he's entitled to what they call judicial diversion, to be put on probation and his record expunged if he successfully completes the probationary period with no problems. A lot of people won't like it, but that's the guidelines. That's just in Tennessee, but that shows you what can happen. They're probably going to try to make an example of him, and we'll see.
Okay. Also, I don't know if you followed the governor in New York. I think his name is Cuomo. What is your take on him? Like how people are, coming forward about him, but they still allowed him to be in office. What do you think?
Well, they haven't gotten a conviction. So far, it's just talk. And a lot of what they're talking about is not grounds for removal from office. See, you have to understand, boys and girls are afraid of each other now. Hashtag Me Too is a great turnoff on trying to talk to a woman. And hashtag Me Tooers are all turned off of the propaganda of how horrible men are. So nobody's teaching them the birds and bees, man, boy, girl thing 101A. They aren't getting taught. So nobody knows how to deal with it. So it's a big mess. In fact, some places they're trying to come up with a new category of rape. It's called rape by seduction.
Ooh.
In other words, if you went out on a date, you went to a good restaurant, candlelight, linen on the table, nice meal, drank a bit of wine, decided let's go for a walk in the park. It's spring, you're holding hands and you say, my place or yours, and okay, that's resolved. You go over there, kissing and hugging, clothes come off. It's passion, hot, heavy, wet and bothered and all of that. You get into it and you are enjoying yourself. It's been a beautiful evening. It was a romantic meal and wine or romantic walk in the park. The foreplay was great and everybody had a good time, but they want to call that rape by seduction because the woman was seduced. Now, where in the hell these idiots came from to forget what Mother Nature set up, I don't know. But the way they wanted work, you're supposed to call up and say, baby, let's go out on a date. I'd like to have sex with you. Do you mind if we go to a restaurant so I can wine you and dine you? We go for a walk in the park. And do you mind if we play around and have sex afterwards? What kind of routine, lame ass mess is that? It doesn't work that way. But these idiots, these feminists, they want it to work that way. So up front, you have to agree that you're going to have sex at the end of the evening and you're going to go through these seductive moments. Then you want to throw in, it would be rape if you don't specifically ask before you get in. Can I get in? Okay. And you don't ask during the course of it. Is it all right to keep going? And when it gets toward the end, you don't ask. You got to ask, can I finish? What kind of, it speaks for itself. Race ipsa loquitur.
Sorry.
Stupid.
Last question. He got the
Wouldn't
last
you
question.
like to get wine, dine, candlelight, walked in the park? You would like that. But they want to call that rape by seduction. Lost their minds.
Go ahead, Dom. You got one more question.
Dang. Okay. Okay. I'll just do the one. Okay. So, do you do any type of mentorship, or would you be willing to do any type of mentorship? Do you do that?
I do that. And what I am also doing is setting up a brain trust with some black scientists and all of the heavyweight rocket science types, PhDs, and even some basketball players that have their heads screwed on right. And we're going to try to establish some leadership in this country because there is no black leadership right now. None.
Yeah.
Well, we have Minister Farrakhan with the nation, but that's a special limited type thing.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. You know, if you did any like type of mentorship. Or
yeah, I mean, certain people call me. You're the one wanting to know about law school?
Yeah, it's the same one.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, I tell you what, if you promise not to do like some of them pester me at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm trying to go flit around in the moonlight, you know. Maybe I can give you some sage advice.
I don't blame you. My bad. I don't blame you.
But you check with the host, Miss Sylvia, and she might fix you up with my number so you can get in touch with me.
And that would be an honor and a blessing. I thank you so much.
I might not be the blessing. I may be the very devil incarnate.
Man, you too funny, man. Hey, I honestly think you could do stand up. You really
I've done it.
Do stand up.
He's done it. He's done it. He's also played football too.
Yeah, man, I really think you could. You're hilarious.
I haven't even been trying tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, young man.
Oh, I hung up on him by mistake. Oops. All right. Anybody else?
Good night, ladies. Good
I'm
night,
getting sleepy
ladies.
now.
Good night, ladies. It's time to see you home.
Well, Judge, thank you so much. It's been delightful.
My pleasure. I've enjoyed it. I had a date for the evening. You. Yeah, that made me feel good.
I'm glad you did. Thank you so much. And definitely you'll be back, right?
Chair, get to rocking. Yeah, that was good.
Okay, they said we need to follow up.
Well, I said okay.
He said okay, y'all. He said okay.
You don't even have to seduce me by asking
I don't
me
have
too
to
much.
seduce him.
I agree. So you wouldn't
He
run
agreed.
afoul of offense by seduction. See.
Okay. Do you have a last word before we end this live?
You can find me on Twitter at Judge Joe Brown TV, and I do not have a blue check. On Fridays, I do radio on the Judge Joe Brown Show. That's 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The number is 929 477 1167. That's where I was confusing your first three numbers. Instead of 44-7-1957, I was thinking 477-1167. So anyway, it's 929 477-1167.
All right, there we go, guys.
That's about Judge Joe Brown.
Judge Joe
produced by Valerie Denise Jones. First hour.
Isn't she the model? Wasn't she a model?
She was.
Okay. 929-477-1167.
Making my eyebrows go up and down.
All right.
Good that knowing.
Is there anything else? Anyone? They say thank you, Judge.
My pleasure. And I'm out of here. Now let me go. How do I get out of here? There's a little red circle with an X down there.
Yes.
I'm clicking out. Let's see.
All right. Have a good night. All right. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We kept over 200 throughout the whole night. Guys, I see you later. Love you guys. Good night. I'm past my bedtime. Bye. Oh,